Revelations from Daily Life. Xiefeng. December 1st, 2020. Translated by Qinyu and edited by Kair. Everything and all phenomena are the words of the greatest creator, and changing phenomena are the greatest creator speaking them. This is Zen, the book without words. Reading the book without words is talking to the greatest creator, and you can listen to the greatest creator's words in daily life without pursuing a lofty posture. I placed a bag of flour inside my refrigerator but not in the freezer section. When I reopened it a year later, I found that it had formed into lumps, which made it inedible. Revelation: flour should be placed in a dry and ventilated place because it will rot and deteriorate in a damp place. People should change their homes frequently, and they should always ventilate their thoughts, otherwise, over time, they will become stubborn. I kept some eggplants in my refrigerator, the temperature in which was kept between 0 degrees C and 4 degrees Celsius. Within a few days, they had turned black, were frozen, and tasted stale. Later, I left other ones at room temperature, and within a few days, they too had rotted. Revelation: some vegetables cannot be kept too cold or too hot, some people cannot be loved or hated. If you do not take a bath or change your clothes for a month, lice will appear. Revelation: as long as the conditions are right, species will find them. Viruses appear in the same way, so if humans do not adopt new ideas and new ways of living often, viruses will arrive. The coronavirus is telling people that they must think and live differently. Revelation: people who do not learn to perceive and accept new ideas and new lives often, will invite parasitic thoughts to grow in their minds. When boiling mung beans, you will always encounter iron beans. Their shapes and colors are exactly the same as those of mung beans, but no matter how you cook them, they do not soften. In fact, the more you cook them, the harder they become. Revelation: within groups of people, there will always be some special ones such as saints and rogue thieves who are born thusly and will not change. It is very cold here in the winter, so our window glasses are double-layered and there are empty, insulating layers between them. In this way, the cold is blocked out. Revelation: worries are cold. With 2 layers of selflessness, we can keep our worries out. I bought a water bamboo shoot 2 years ago and placed it in a glass vase and changed the water from time to time, but other than that, I never gave it any nutrient fertilizer. I would sometimes forget to change the water, and sometimes there was only a little bit of water left in the vase, but the bamboo has still been growing well. Revelation: in crowds, some people are like water bamboos. You do not need to establish special relationships with them, and you do not need to give them special care, but they will be happy as long as you smile at them or say hello to them occasionally. They need very little encouragement in order to maintain intimate relationships with you. They are the most content and sincere water bamboo-like people among us. My neighbor moved out of his old house and wanted to store a bunch of his stuff in my place for a while and stay with me for a few days. I said sure, I would love to have him. I told him that he could live with me until he found his new home, that he could stay with me for the whole winter and that I wanted nothing in return. I even told him that he could treat my home as his own. Was I being extraordinarily generous? In fact, it was not that I was being generous, but because he had been helping me for the past several years. Every winter, this neighbor had driven his snowplow to shovel snow for me and he never charged me anything, so my door was open to him. Revelation: if you want others to open their doors to you and if you want to be welcomed warmly, then you need to accumulate merits in advance. If you have merits, then the door will open to you, but if there are none, then the door will be closed. The same is true for heaven. If you have merits there, then you will be welcome, but if you do not, then you will not be. Last year, I bought 2 red leaf trees from a nursery in Vancouver and grew them in flower pots. They grew very well in the summer. One day, one of them blew over in the wind, but I had not noticed it until a few hours later, so I picked it up and replanted the baby tree, but sadly it died soon after. A few days ago, I accidentally overturned some crab cactus pots on a table and poured out the soil, so I hurriedly replanted it. As a result, its growth was unaffected and it even came into full bloom a few days later. Revelation: people are like plants. Sometimes, once you offend some, it is difficult to restore a good relationship with them, while if you offend others, it will not affect your good relationship with them at all. Revelation: the more excellent, the happier. Xie Feng. December 4, 2020. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. This year, one of my friends sent me 12 large peaches from Vancouver. The color of them were gorgeous, they tasted tender, crisp, and sweet, they were big and fragrant, and except for some that I had eaten as a child, I had not enjoyed such big and fragrant ones in many decades. Later, I bought several kinds of peaches from a local supermarket, but in terms of size, color, and sweetness, they could not compare with those big peaches from my friend. To satisfy my guests, I always serve a plate of fruit for breakfast. Grapes are a standing item, so I serve them every day of the year. In addition to ones grown locally in Canada, there are also grapes imported from the United States and Mexico. Since I buy and eat grapes often, I discovered their secret: the bigger the grape, the sweeter and more fragrant, the more delicious, fewer seeds, and less residue they have, and of course, the more expensive they will be. From the above revelations of peaches and grapes, I have found that for all things, including lives, the more excellent that they are in some ways, the better they will be in many ways. This revelation even applies to people. The more excellent that people are, the easier it becomes to deal with them, the less trouble they bring to others, the more reasonable they are, the more flexible and accommodating they are in dealing with affairs, the more they give and dedicate, the less they ask for, the more humble, positive, and optimistic they are, and the better the quality of their lives are. The more excellent that people are, the better one feels about getting along with them. On the other hand, the better that people can get along with them, the more excellent they are. A further enlightenment is that only the excellent can create beautiful environments and lives. Perfection creates perfection, but flaws create defects. From this revelation, we can understand that if a region or country is poor and backward, then too few outstanding people must reside within it, but if it is prosperous and its people live and work in peace, then many outstanding people must live within it. By the way, if someone always brings hope, beauty, happiness, and joy to people, and excites and makes them ecstatic, then this person must be excellent and is a big fairy peach or a big, sweet, fragrant, and colorful grape. If on the contrary, a person always brings worries, anxiety, troubles, confusion, pessimism, and unpleasantness, then they are, you guessed it. Tigers will not grow wings on their backs. Xie Feng. March 6, 2021. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Kayer. Suppose that tigers had wings on their backs and they could give birth to more than 10 cubs at a time like pigs and dogs. What would result? I am afraid that many other animals would have little chance to survive, and it would be questionable whether even humans could survive or not. This revelation tells us that life cannot be perfect and that people's wishes cannot be fully satisfied. If you want to be rich, powerful, famous, have a happy family, and go to heaven, there is no such possibility. You can either be a bird with wings or a fierce tiger, but no desire to be both a bird and a tiger can be satisfied. When we study the scientists who have won Nobel Prizes around the world, we find that they have been trying assiduously to explore the mysteries of the material universe in obscurity. One day one of them succeeded in discovering one of the mysteries that was sought, but before that success was their perseverance of long and hard work and a devotion to it. Just imagine, if a person wanted to be an entrepreneur, a government official, and a star, could they also become a Nobel Prize winner? Of course not. If you covet too much, then in the end, you will accomplish nothing. Too much greed will not only cause successive worries, but also lead to schizophrenia and, of course, failure. If a man wants to get a beautiful, sexy, charming, gentle, considerate, artful, loyal woman who can entertain guests and cook well, with a successful career and who can make a lot of money and always accompany her husband to serve him tea and coffee, could he find her? No way, she does not exist. That would be like looking for a tiger with wings on its back. For those who are determined to trek to the peak of life and finally reach heaven, when you decide to start, you must say goodbye to your desires for money, power, fame, profit, status, and carnal bliss. You must no longer want to own anything, you must reach the state of zero, possess nothing, and be selfless. In your process of trekking and climbing, you cannot look back, nor look around to compare, but you must remain focused on your way forward. In this process, what you should overcome are not the difficulties and obstacles on your way forward, but rather, your inner hesitation, anxiety, pain, fear, lack of confidence, your inner purgatory, and your mental and spiritual torture. Do not expect people around you to understand and support you. That would be impossible. Consider yourself fortunate if they do not try to pull you back. You will taste despair to the point of considering suicide, and at the same time, you will not have the time or energy to explain anything, let alone to get angry, complain, or consider revenge. These kinds of mental and spiritual suffering will be the prices that you will have to pay to go to heaven. Never have regrets in life. They will ruin your good memories of the past and your spiritual power to go toward the beautiful time and space. Over the past years, no matter how much blood, sweat, tears, and hardships we have paid, and no matter how much grievance and helplessness we have experienced, it has become history, and history is a burden. With this heavy burden, it is impossible to move forward lightly and leisurely, to walk a long way, and to reach the most ideal destination. For the past, no regrets; to the future, firm faith. This way, there will be hope to climb to the peak of life and life. The purer the more stable. Xie Feng. January 26, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Musa. Let's first look at a natural phenomenon. According to a report by the British Daily Mail on January 22, 2019, in the attic of a resident named Roderick Cooper in Alaska, there are 2 bottles of water in the freezing weather of -22 degrees Celsius, which are still in liquid state, video shows. It is scientifically explained that this is the phenomenon of supercooling, which means that when a liquid is very pure without impurities, the freezing speed will become very slow, and the liquid will continue to remain in the liquid state, without ice crystals, and will not freeze into solid, even it is 22 degrees Celsius below zero or colder. Let's look at another phenomenon. What do we see when babies and children are with wolf, insect, tiger, leopard, and other wild and domestic animals? What we see is that wild animals do not harm babies and children. No matter how wild dogs are, when they are with babies and children, they become docile, even affectionate, when they are with babies and children. They not only do not harm babies and children, but also take care of them. Dogs are like this, horses, cattle, sheep are like this, even wild wolves are like this. According to the legend of the city of Rome, when the 15th king of Numitor was reigning, his brother Amulius usurped the throne. For fear of revenge from his brother's descendants, Amulius killed his nephew and forced his niece Silvia to be a priestess who was not allowed to marry. In this way, his brother would have no offspring, and Amulius thought that there would be no crisis in his regime. But his niece Silvia secretly fell in love with the god of war Mars and quietly gave birth to twins. When Amulius learned the news, he ordered the execution of his niece and asked the slave to throw the twins into the Tiber. The river washed the twins to the shore, and their cries led to a female wolf who was drinking water by the river. Instead of harming the twins, she lovingly licked them dry and brought them back to her cave and feed them with her own milk. In 1920, in a small town called Midnapal in the northeast of Kolkata, India, people found 2 human-like monsters walking on all fours trailing behind 3 big wolves. The 2 human-like monsters turned out to be 2 naked girls. It was later confirmed that the 2 girls were raised by wolves since childhood. By the 1950s, it has been discovered scientifically that 30 children were raised by beasts, 5 by bears, 1 by leopards, 14 by wolves, as well as by monkeys and sheep. Let's look at another phenomenon. There are many kinds of gemstones in nature. No matter what kind of gemstones, their value and price are related to their purity. The higher the purity, the higher the value and the price. This also applies to people. The purer and more beautiful they are, the more likable they are. The more complex they are, the more they will be hated by others. To sum up, we can come to the conclusion that the purer a thing is, the less susceptible it is to external factors, just like the rare gas helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon in the periodic table chemical elements. Similarly, the purer a thing is, the higher its stability is. It can also be concluded that the higher the purity of things, the easier for it to get the love of the environment, that is the care and cherishment of the environment. Hence, we can understand why Jesus Christ said that if we want to enter the kingdom of the greatest Creator, we must become a child, and we can also understand why Lao Tzu taught us that we must return to the state of infancy, if we want to unite with the Tao. Because only by returning to the state of infancy, becoming a child, can you be qualified to enter the kingdom of heaven. Let's extend this principle. If you want to enter heaven, the key is to become pure. Only pure things can show their nature. Nature is Buddha, nature is celestial. Showing nature is equivalent to becoming celestial and Buddha. Celestial and Buddha will definitely enter heaven. Babies and children are very pure, and what they expose are completely nature. So even a ferocious wolf will not hurt them but will love them. Therefore, whether one can enter heaven or not has nothing to do with learning, knowledge and wisdom, how many classic books you have learned. It has nothing to do with religion, how many good deeds you have done, how much truth you have understood and spread. It has nothing to do with kowtowing, burning incense, or making pilgrimage. The key is whether a life is pure. In this way, the content of self-cultivation and self-refinement is very simple. What we need to do is to let ourselves become pure, return to the state of infancy. So, we know that the more complicated people are, the farther away they are from heaven. The purer, the more stable. Is it a universal law? Let's analyze it. Most people will have friends. At the beginning, the friendship is very pure, so they can maintain a friendly relationship. But gradually, the friendly relationship cannot be maintained. Why? The reason is that the friendship is becoming more and more impure. If interests are added to friendship, the friendship will become complicated and impure, so it can no longer be maintained. Many people set up companies and business. At the beginning, the company developed smoothly, but as time passed, the company began to decline and close. What is the reason? The reason is that the company has become impure. Some companies began to marry politics, some companies began to get involved in the real estate business, some companies began to get involved in the stock market, some industrial companies became interested in the cultural field, and some companies that only provided food began to engage in business of restaurants, breeding and planting. Although they are consistent with the content of providing food, their scope of business is different after all, so they will eventually decline. Let's look at the social fields. Romania, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, Vietnam, and China, all are socialism. The result is they all have almost collapsed. China's socialism is also on the verge of collapse. The reason is that none of them is pure. Socialism is socialism. If you mix it with the market, family and party interest, and corruption, it will surely collapse. True socialism is definitely superior to capitalism, but if you make the socialism rather impure, how can it be better than capitalism? Collapse is inevitable, because it violates the rule of the purer, the more stable. Flies always find the cracked eggs. Why? Because if there is no crack on the egg, it can keep relatively pure, so flies won't bite it. Once there is crack on the egg cannot keep pure, flies will certainly come to bite. In the process of founding Life Genuine, I found out that people with more complex thoughts are more likely to be disturbed by external factors and gradually leave, while those with simpler thoughts are more likely to remain. This fact also proves the rule that the purer the more stable. Thus, we can get another conclusion: for a person, the more knowledgeable, the more complex the thinking, the greater the ability, the more mindful and smarter, the more experienced, the more deeply involved in society, the more flexible, the more he is unreliable, because he or she violates the rule of the pure, the more stable. He might vow to you today, and part ways with you tomorrow. Thus we can get one more conclusion: that the more complex one is, the most silly and stupid the person is in the world. The purer the more stable. Xiefeng. January 26, 2019. Translated by Qin Yu and edited by Musa. Let's first look at a natural phenomenon. According to a report by the British Daily Mail on January 22, 2019, in the attic of a resident named Roderick Cooper in Alaska, there are 2 bottles of water in the freezing weather of -22 degrees Celsius, which are still in liquid state, video shows. It is scientifically explained that this is the phenomenon of supercooling, which means that when a liquid is very pure without impurities, the freezing speed will become very slow, and the liquid will continue to remain in the liquid state, without ice crystals, and will not freeze into solid, even it is 22 degrees Celsius below zero or colder. Let's look at another phenomenon. What do we see when babies and children are with wolf, insect, tiger, leopard and other wild and domestic animals? What we see is that wild animals do not harm babies and children. No matter how wild dogs are, when they are with babies and children, they become docile, even affectionate, when they are with babies and children. They not only do not harm babies and children, but also take care of them. Dogs are like this, horses, cattle, sheep are like this, even wild wolves are like this. According to the legend of the city of Rome, when the 15th king of Numitor was reigning, his brother Amulius usurped the throne. For fear of revenge from his brother's descendants, Amulius killed his nephew and forced his niece Silvia to be a priestess who was not allowed to marry. In this way, his brother would have no offspring, and Amulius thought that there would be no crisis in his regime. But his niece Silvia secretly fell in love with the god of war Mars and quietly gave birth to twins. When Amulius learned the news, he ordered the execution of his niece and asked the slave to throw the twins into the Tiber. The river washed the twins to the shore, and their cries led to a female wolf who was drinking water by the river. Instead of harming the twins, she lovingly licked them dry and brought them back to her cave and fed them with her own milk. In 1920, in a small town called Midnapal in the northeast of Kolkata, India, people found 2 human-like monsters walking on all fours trailing behind 3 big wolves. The 2 human-like monsters turned out to be 2 naked girls. It was later confirmed that the 2 girls were raised by wolves since childhood. By the 1950s, it has been discovered scientifically that 30 children were raised by beasts, 5 by bears, 1 by leopards, 14 by wolves, as well as by monkeys and sheep. Let's look at another phenomenon. There are many kinds of gemstones in nature. No matter what kind of gemstones, their value and price are related to their purity. The higher the purity, the higher the value and the price. This also applies to people: the purer and more beautiful they are, the more likable they are. The more complex they are, the more they will be hated by others. To sum up, we can come to the conclusion that the purer a thing is, the less susceptible it is to external factors, just like the rare gas helium, neon, argon, krypton, xenon, and radon in the periodic table chemical elements. Similarly, the purer a thing is, the higher its stability is. It can also be concluded that the higher the purity of things, the easier for it to get the love of the environment, that is the care and cherishment of the environment. Hence, we can understand why Jesus Christ said that if we want to enter the kingdom of the greatest Creator, we must become a child, and we can also understand why Lao Tzu taught us that we must return to the state of infancy, if we want to unite with the Tao. Because only by returning to the state of infancy, becoming a child, can you be qualified to enter the kingdom of heaven. Let's extend this principle. If you want to enter heaven, the key is to become pure. Only pure things can show their nature. Nature is Buddha, nature is celestial. Showing nature is equivalent to becoming celestial and Buddha. Celestial and Buddha will definitely enter heaven. Babies and children are very pure, and what they expose are completely nature. So even a ferocious wolf will not hurt them but will love them. Therefore, whether one can enter heaven or not has nothing to do with learning, knowledge and wisdom, how many classic books you have learned. It has nothing to do with religion, how many good deeds you have done, how much truth you have understood and spread. It has nothing to do with kowtowing, burning incense, or making pilgrimage. The key is whether a life is pure. In this way, the content of self-cultivation and self-refinement is very simple. What we need to do is to let ourselves become pure, return to the state of infancy. So, we know that the more complicated people are, the farther away they are from heaven. The purer, the more stable. Is it a universal law? Let's analyze it. Most people will have friends. At the beginning, the friendship is very pure, so they can maintain a friendly relationship. But gradually, the friendly relationship cannot be maintained. Why? The reason is that the friendship is becoming more and more impure. If interests are added to friendship, the friendship will become complicated and impure, so it can no longer be maintained. Many people set up companies and business. At the beginning, the company developed smoothly, but as time passed, the company began to decline and close. What is the reason? The reason is that the company has become impure. Some companies began to marry politics, some companies began to get involved in the real estate business, some companies began to get involved in the stock market, some industrial companies became interested in the cultural field, and some companies that only provided food began to engage in business of restaurants, breeding and planting. Although they are consistent with the content of providing food, their scope of business is different after all, so they will eventually decline. Let's look at the social fields. Romania, Yugoslavia, the Soviet Union, Venezuela, Vietnam, and China, all are socialism. The result is they all have almost collapsed. China's socialism is also on the verge of collapse. The reason is that none of them is pure. Socialism is socialism. If you mix it with the market, family and party interest and corruption, it will surely collapse. True socialism is definitely superior to capitalism, but if you make the socialism rather impure, how can it be better than capitalism? Collapse is inevitable, because it violates the rule of the purer, the more stable. Flies always find the cracked eggs. Why? Because if there is no crack on the egg, it can keep relatively pure, so flies won't bite it. Once there is crack on the egg cannot keep pure, flies will certainly come to bite. In the process of founding Life Genuine, I found out that people with more complex thoughts are more likely to be disturbed by external factors and gradually leave, while those with simpler thoughts are more likely to remain. This fact also proves the rule that the purer the more stable. Thus, we can get another conclusion: for a person, the more knowledgeable, the more complex the thinking, the greater the ability, the more mindful and smarter, the more experienced, the more deeply involved in society, the more flexible, the more he is unreliable, because he or she violates the rule of the purer, the more stable. He might vow to you today, and part ways with you tomorrow. Thus we can get one more conclusion, that the more complex one is, the most silly and stupid the person is in the world. Everything has a sound. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jijing. As long as there is movement, vibrations will occur. With vibrations, waves are produced. And with waves, sound is generated. All moving machines make sounds, all living animals produce sounds, all growing plants have sounds. Plants grow with sound, white clouds drifting across the blue sky have sound, butterflies gracefully dancing among flowers have sound, mosquitoes buzzing as they suck blood have sound, and the movement of the intestines has sound. Flowing water has sound, and even seemingly still mountains, rocks, and the earth itself have sound. This is because they are not only moving with the Earth's rotation and its revolution around the Sun, but also because the molecules within them are in motion. Any frequency of oscillation produces sound. The crashing waves of the sea have sound, animals running and walking on the earth have sound, birds flying in the sky have sound, and signals emitted by television stations, radio stations, communication towers, including the signals from our mobile phones, have sound. All light has sound, not only the radiant waves of the sun, but also the faint glow emitted by a lit candle has sound. The flowing underground springs have sound, blood flowing through our veins has sound, and the upward flow of nutrients within the branches of ancient trees that have lived for 100 years also has sound. The brain has brain waves, the heart has an electrocardiogram, and our mental activities, thinking consciousness have sound. The universe has sound, empty space has sound, positive objects have sound, and negative objects have sound. The greatest creator who created everything in the universe has sound. Everything has a sound. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jijing. As long as there is movement, vibrations will occur. With vibrations, waves are produced. And with waves, sound is generated. All moving machines make sounds, all living animals produce sounds, all growing plants have sounds. Plants grow with sound, white clouds drifting across the blue sky have sound, butterflies gracefully dancing among flowers have sound, mosquitoes buzzing as they suck blood have sound, and the movement of the intestines has sound. Flowing water has sound, and even seemingly still mountains, rocks, and the earth itself have sound. This is because they are not only moving with the Earth's rotation and its revolution around the Sun, but also because the molecules within them are in motion. Any frequency of oscillation produces sound. The crashing waves of the sea have sound, animals running and walking on the earth have sound, birds flying in the sky have sound, and signals emitted by television stations, radio stations, communication towers, including the signals from our mobile phones, have sound. All light has sound, not only the radiant waves of the sun, but also the faint glow emitted by a lit candle has sound. The flowing underground springs have sound, blood flowing through our veins has sound, and the upward flow of nutrients within the branches of ancient trees that have lived for 100 years also has sound. The brain has brain waves, the heart has an electrocardiogram, and our mental activities, thinking consciousness have sound. The universe has sound, empty space has sound, positive objects have sound, and negative objects have sound. The greatest creator who created everything in the universe has sound. Associative thinking. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jijing. Being able to grasp a particular phenomenon in the natural world, and then through that phenomenon, draw analogies, make inferences, and establish connections with other related factors is called associative thinking. The most typical example of associative thinking is Newton, apple, universal gravitation. Newton, observing the common natural phenomenon of an apple falling to the ground, associated it with gravity. From gravity, he made connections to factors such as mass, velocity, and spatial distance, and subsequently derived the three laws of motion. This is an example of associative thinking. The phenomenon of swirling water in a bathtub drain can be associated with the direction of Earth's magnetic field lines. The spiraling ascent of a bean vine can be associated with the direction of celestial bodies' movement. The natural phenomenon of wood floating and iron sinking on the water surface can be associated with buoyancy and the shipbuilding industry. The discontinuity observed in certain events can be associated with quantum mechanics. The concepts of motion, mass, and gravity can be associated with the curvature of spacetime. The role of consciousness can be associated with the holographic nature of the universe, and so on. All of these examples fall under the category of associative thinking. A qualified detective can deduce the character traits, motives, and whereabouts of the parties involved from the smallest clues. A qualified forensic expert can infer the physical characteristics, facial expressions, and even the appearance and attire of the perpetrator from the victim's injuries and facial expressions. A qualified traditional Chinese medicine practitioner can identify internal organ disorders based on a patient's complexion. A qualified fortune teller, based on a person's facial features, can make predictions about their past actions, future fortunes, and misfortunes. A qualified feng shui master can assess the quality of a person's living environment based on their handwriting and habitual movements. A qualified politician can anticipate a dynasty's transition and the arrival of a new era based on common psychological and behavioral patterns among people. A qualified economist can predict stock market fluctuations, the future economic development of a company or a nation based on specific events. A qualified sociologist can associate the prevalence of prostitution, drug use, and organized crime with the loss of a nation's belief systems and moral values. Even a fashion designer can envision future clothing trends based on popular colors and the pace of people's footsteps on the streets. Associative thinking possesses qualities of originality, inventiveness, novelty, and uniqueness. It is a divergent thinking process. Many people may appear to have associative thinking, but in reality, they are merely applying the associative knowledge of others or drawing from long-standing experiential summaries. For example, many farmers can relate the changing seasons to spring plowing, summer growth, autumn harvest, and winter storage. However, this is not the result of their own associative thinking but a reflection of their accumulated experiences in their conscious minds. Similarly, many individuals can associate joint pain with changes in weather, which is the effect of knowledge and experience rather than the result of associative thinking. Many businessmen make decisions on what goods to import or export based on regional differences, timing variations, and seasonal variations. Again, this is a result of experience, with few exceptions. When we look at the professions of engineers, technicians, experts, scholars, ordinary detectives, doctors, economists, and others, it may seem like their work relies on associative thinking. However, in reality, they are simply applying the knowledge or experience acquired from education or accumulated through their work. For instance, Newton's association of an apple falling to the ground with the concept of universal gravitation is a result of associative thinking. But if a college student claims to associate an apple falling to the ground with universal gravitation, they are merely stating the knowledge they have learned, recounting Newton's discovery, rather than expressing their own associative thinking unless they have never heard of Newton or were unaware of the concept of gravity. Strictly speaking, associative thinking refers to the type of thinking that leads to new discoveries, inventions, creations, and theories. In this sense, individuals who possess associative thinking are primarily scientists, inventors, forensic experts, traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, fortune tellers, feng shui masters, exceptional politicians, military strategists, and engineers or technicians who can develop new products to some extent. The individuals who primarily drive the slow human civilization are those who possess the ability of associative thinking. Without them, the civilized society we have today would not exist. Materialistic thinking is rigid thinking, while associative thinking is divergent thinking. It breaks free from the rigidity of materialistic thinking and surpasses the imitation and copying of image thinking. It directly extends its tentacles into unknown territories, leading to new discoveries and inventions, and finding new pathways. However, associative thinking still falls far short of truly grasping the profound mysteries of the universe. I can see this point from the thinking of great scientists such as Newton, Einstein, Planck, Hawking, and others. I also see it in the efforts of scientists attempting to establish a unified field theory of the universe. For the entire human race, I hope to see a significant emergence of individuals with associative thinking abilities. This is because when it comes to transporting a 6-ton cargo from point A to point B, which is 800 kilometers away, an individual with associative thinking can simply drive a heavy truck and complete the task in a day. On the other hand, if we rely on individuals with material thinking, even if each person can carry 50 kilograms and walk 100 kilometers a day, it will still require 120 people and 8 days to accomplish the task. This approach would be wasteful, laborious, and inefficient. As for individuals with image thinking, they simply cannot achieve this task. From an artistic perspective, image thinking may be greater than material thinking. However, from a practical standpoint, when one is hungry, a steamed bun can provide sustenance, whereas a picture of a bun, no matter how realistic, cannot solve practical problems. For Life Genuine members, I hope that everyone does not limit their thinking to associative thinking, because associative thinking is still a lower-level form of thinking. It's like the situation where information needs to be exchanged between the two shores of the Atlantic Ocean. Materialistic thinkers would build ships and send people across, imagery-based thinkers would lay undersea cables, and associative thinkers would use radio waves. However, our approach is: quiet places are free from misfortune, but places of excitement may breed disaster. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Jijing. My kitchen at home is 20 square meters. Occasionally, I would see a few light red ants here and there, on the floor, by the sink, on the countertop, or hurriedly searching for food on the cupboard. Since their numbers were small, my partner and I never paid them much attention, allowing them to roam freely and do as they pleased. Later on, we noticed that their numbers kept increasing. Sometimes, we would see more than 10 of them scurrying around, so we had no choice but to take appropriate measures to remove them. One day, I suddenly discovered that they were gathering in large groups, marching back and forth through a gap beneath the kitchen cabinets and sink. Curiously, I opened one of the cabinets and to my surprise, there were nearly 1,000 ants crawling inside a box of rock sugar, which a friend had brought from my home country a few days ago. This was unacceptable, so I fetched a can of insecticide called Super Kill EM and sprayed it along their trail, covering their entry and exit points with a substantial amount of the spray. In less than 10 minutes, the ant colony was completely wiped out. After that, I didn't see a single ant for the next 2 weeks. This incident illustrates that nothing should not be allowed to develop excessively, nor should it reside in a place that is not its own territory. Otherwise, there will be a catastrophic outcome. It also highlights the fact that one should not rush into things or join the crowd without careful consideration, as there may be hidden dangers in chaotic situations. Think about the rabbits and cacti that once proliferated uncontrollably in Australia, the kudzu vines that spread extensively in a certain state in the United States, the overpopulation of elephants in Zimbabwe, and the sparrows that covered the mountains in China during the 1950s. All of them encountered disasters as a result. Let's take a look at China's trade with Russia in the 1980s. Initially, it was smooth and unimpeded, then it prospered and flourished, but eventually it faded away. The main reason behind this was that things got too lively. The Great Leap Forward was very lively, the race to surpass the UK and the US was very lively, the Cultural Revolution was very lively, the nationwide practice of Qigong was very lively, the sit-in demonstrations at Tiananmen Square were very lively, venturing into business after the market reform was very lively, engaging in corruption and abuse of power was very lively, online commenting was very lively. There is a connection between two extremes, and when something reaches its extreme, there will be a backlash. Following trends and seeking excitement inevitably lead to disappointing outcomes. When university students choose their majors without considering the future rise and fall of professions 4 or 5 years later, blindly pursuing popular fields of study, they will face disappointment upon graduation. Similarly, if farmers only see the high value of peaches this year and everyone rushes to plant peach trees, when the planted peach trees bear fruit 3 years later, it will be a period of devaluation for peaches. Observing the prevalent trend in China today where many people exhaustively strive to strike it rich through primitive accumulation, alongside government officials eagerly leveraging their positions to amass wealth, it appears to be considered normal, a case of to gain without working. However, when this fervor reaches its peak, it signals the commencement of tragedy in many people's lives. In chaotic situations, there are hidden dangers, and wise individuals should avoid them. The noble rarely appear. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Jijing. There were three strange encounters that made me realize, the noble do not easily reveal themselves. The first one was in March 1994, in the Kyaukyo area of Matabeleland North Province in Zimbabwe. It was a quiet day, and I was driving my pickup truck along an abandoned path, venturing deeper into the jungle. As I reached a small hill, I turned off the engine and was about to get out when I suddenly saw a white deer on the hill. It turned its head and looked at me for just a few seconds before swiftly disappearing into the forest. I quickly got out of the car and chased after it, looking left and right, but I couldn't catch a glimpse of it again. I had asked the local villagers if there were any white deer in the area, and they replied, "Never seen one." I also asked many colleagues if they had ever seen a white deer, and they responded, "Nonsense. There are no white deer." The second time was in August 1995, but the specific location is now a fuzzy memory. We were drilling a well by a lush riverbank. It was a cold day when suddenly three cranes descended from the sky. Their bodies were gray, with long necks that turned white at the head, topped with red crowns. Their claws were also red. There were two larger cranes and one smaller crane. They landed about 30 meters away from us. I had seen this type of crane before in 1964 when I was herding sheep near the Yellow River. According to the elders, it is rare to encounter these cranes, and those who do are believed to have good luck and are likely to prosper financially. I have now seen 5 of them but still haven't struck it rich. At that time, there were 2 Zimbabwean people who witnessed these 3 cranes with me. I asked them, "Do you often see this type of crane?" They replied, "This is actually the first time we've seen this kind of crane." The third time was on a day in February 2003. The location was my residence at 46, Pendennis Road, Mount Pleasant, Harare. It was around 6 o'clock in the morning. Having lived in Harare for nearly 8 years, I often observed birds in the early morning. I visited 2 bird parks and had seen dozens of bird species. However, what excited me was that particular morning when I encountered a peculiar bird. It was slightly larger than a sparrow, with a green head, black body, and a red tail. What stood out the most was its tail, which was vividly red and measured approximately 25 centimeters in length. It perched among the treetops for only about 10 seconds before flying away. The white deer, cranes, and exotic bird, what do they signify? They signify that the noble do not easily reveal themselves. This leads me to think of the Emperor of Japan, who seldom appears in public because of their nobility. Diamonds are hard to find because they are precious. Reclusive hermits in the mountains do not easily emerge because of their nobility. Some households keep their extraordinary treasures hidden from the market because of their value. This leads me to the realization that anything that is esteemed, rare, and of infinite value is not easily found. This leads me to ponder, how many rare and precious things are yet undiscovered in this universe, in this world? How many wise and enlightened sages and immortals are hidden, like dragons and tigers lying in wait? Truly, the mysteries are boundless. Wise ministers choose their lord, while virtuous birds select their tree for perching. Tigers do not descend upon plains, and horses do not venture deep into mountains. The phoenix does not land in a place devoid of treasures, and immortals do not associate with ordinary people. Blinded by a single leaf, one cannot see Mount Tai, and without destiny, it is difficult for a person to encounter extraordinary experiences. Indeed, the noble do not easily reveal themselves, and those who readily display themselves are not truly noble. Who is my grandmother after all? And who am I? Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jijing. If one contemplates the heavens and earth incessantly, profound principles will eventually become clear. Let's leave it to fate. These are 2 phrases that my grandmother often said when telling fairy tales. Contemplate the heavens and earth. How does one contemplate? Profound principles. What are these profound principles? Fate. What does fate mean? This ignorant and foolish grandson, why didn't I ask my grandmother about these questions in the first place? It wasn't until more than 20 years after her departure that I remembered to inquire about these matters. I have asked the sun, moon, stars, inquired about the mountains and rivers, questioned the gods, Buddhas, and immortals, and even inquired about the winds, clouds, rain, and snow. The answer I received was, mystery. I have no choice but to trace back to my grandmother and suddenly realize that this grandmother of mine is extraordinary. Grandma was illiterate, yet she knew countless fairy tales and could speak eloquently, presenting one set of principles after another. This left my highly educated uncle and other learned individuals with no opportunity to interject, but instead compelled them to listen attentively. Grandma's cleanliness and tidiness were renowned. Her cleanliness was not only reflected in her immaculate attire and perfectly arranged hair, but also in the spotless and bright tables, chairs, and benches, as well as the orderly interior decor. It was further evident in the often overlooked dark corners that most people easily neglect, such as under the table and cabinet, in the corners of the walls, behind the door and under the food steamer, and inside the bucket next to the stove, where cleanliness surpassed even the external appearance. In my memory, Grandma never went to burn incense or worship Buddha, yet she strictly abstained from meat. Not only did she refrain from eating beef, mutton, chicken, duck, or fish, but she also never even tasted eggs, involving any of these. One summer during the harvest season, while Grandma was cutting wheat, a wheat awn got stuck in her throat. As my uncle and father recounted, Grandma immediately threw down the sickle, stood up, and said, "Whether you continue harvesting this wheat is your business. I will never engage in farming again." The next day, she rented a storefront in the county town and opened a Zhang family steamed bread shop. Within a year, this Zhang family steamed bread shop became renowned far and wide. When my father was young, during an argument with Grandma, he wanted to show her a little lesson. He took a pig-killing knife and a rope, stabbed his own ankle bone and tendons, then looped the rope through and hung himself upside down on a forked tree branch in the courtyard. If such a scene had occurred with an ordinary mother, she would have been terrified, at the very least shouting and screaming. However, my grandmother, witnessing her son's foolish act, calmly and disdainfully pointed at her own neck and said, "Son, stabbing your ankle is nothing remarkable. If you want to stab here next time." After saying this, she completely disregarded her own son hanging upside down on the tree as if nothing had happened and walked away. My father, watching Grandma's receding figure, was completely conquered. Instead of giving Grandma a little lesson, she ended up giving him a little lesson. My mother held great respect for Grandma and often exclaimed to me, "If your grandmother were a man, she would pierce a hole through the sky." It is vulgar and intolerable to simply describe the extraordinary and unconventional actions of my grandmother. How could she, an illiterate peasant woman, possess knowledge of so many fairy tales? Why would a person who does not burn incense or worship Buddha abstain from meat? In the ever-changing weather of the scorching summer, when the golden ripe wheat must be urgently harvested, why would my grandmother, just because of a minor incident of a wheat awn getting stuck in her throat, angrily abandon farming without hesitation? When her own son pierced himself and hung upside down from a tree, why didn't the mother feel any distress and simply walked away as if nothing had happened? It's a mystery. I remember my grandmother telling me, I was in the 5th grade at the time, "Let me tell you about the origins of our family. Take some time to write it down." But being ignorant and playful, I didn't take it to heart and casually replied, "Grandma, let's talk about it later." Little did I know, shortly after, my grandmother passed away. Opportunities once missed may never come again. One misstep became an eternal regret, I lost my roots. As a lost individual without roots, I'm like a drifting duckweed, aimlessly floating on the vast sea, carried by the currents without a sense of direction. I don't know where I came from or where I'm heading. While reading the Bible, it suddenly dawned on me that everything my grandmother did was for my sake. Before Jesus came to earth, heaven sent John as a precursor to prepare the way for him. Before I came to this world, the kingdom of heaven sent my grandmother to enlighten and guide me, who was about to be born. So, who is my grandmother after all? And who am I? Countless sleepless nights of realizations and the wonders of nature have led me to contemplate the profound principles and discover my own roots. I have come to understand why the greatest creator has laid down the 36 8-diagram arrays in the universe and have unraveled the mysteries of deciphering these 8-diagram arrays. Oh, the greatest creator! Your love for me is immeasurable, and even if I had billions of years, it would be difficult to repay. The Garden of Eden is lost like this. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Jijing. I have 2 German shepherds, belonging to the military dog breed. One of them is named Luanbei, and the other is called Lanbua. Whenever the night is deep and quiet, I enjoy taking a leisurely stroll on the lawn in my courtyard, which is even bigger than a soccer field, and ponder in tranquility. During this time, the 2 dogs joyfully run around me, both guarding the courtyard and providing me solace. Due to their loyalty, I treat them well. They receive meat every day, and their monthly food expenses are at least 200 yuan. I bathe them once every 2 weeks, and I never scold or beat them. There exists a harmonious and mutually beneficial relationship between humans and animals. 3 months ago, my animal-loving wife brought home a small pet from a friend. Its scientific name is West Highland White Terrier, belonging to the small hunting dog breed. These dogs have a small size but are highly alert and intelligent. They are capable of both being affectionate and understanding human emotions. Due to their likable and adorable nature, they often live indoors with humans and enjoy all the luxuries and comforts of a dog's life. The next day, my partner bought a large circular plastic basket specifically for it, lined with a thick layer of old window screen folded into a mattress inside. The little dog lies on it, and the level of comfort is no less than me lying on a memory foam bed. To address the issue of the pet's waste, my partner deliberately found a large box made of hard cardboard with only a 3-inch high edge. Inside, she laid a layer of clean sand as the dog's bathroom. Everything was prepared, and only enjoyment remained. Unfortunately, this little dog doesn't use its bathroom and insists on urinating and defecating on the carpet. My partner searched for information, sought advice from experts, and repeatedly tried to train and guide the dog, but it remained stubborn and unchanged. Helplessly, we had no choice but to let it spend the night outdoors with Luanbei and Lanbua. The treatment it should have enjoyed has been lost. Who should we blame? Do we as humans also experience the same kind of sadness as our dog? There was a tall and strong African man named Paul. He, along with his spouse and 2 underage children, lived in a less than 10 square meter room made of old wooden boards, in a very pitiful condition. When I spoke with him, I discovered that he was psychologically and mentally stable. Moved by sympathy and compassion, I invited their entire family to live with me. I assigned Paul to manage the garden and clean the courtyard, so that he could earn a wage through meaningful labor, enough to provide a relatively normal life for his whole family. A month passed, yet the weeds in the courtyard remained unattended, and the flowers continued to wilt. When I was at home, I often saw Paul squatting to weed, but as soon as I left, I discovered he had gone back to sleep. I assumed Paul didn't enjoy this task, so I brought him to the store to handle cleaning and organize merchandise. However, after a week, the dust accumulated, and the store appeared even more disorderly. What is the reason? Upon observing, I noticed Paul spent a considerable amount of time cleaning rags. He'd stand by the sink, dedicating an hour to washing a single rag. Feeling helpless, I assigned him as a security guard at the club, providing him with a brand new security uniform that suited his tall stature. He looked remarkably enthusiastic, unable to wipe the smile from his face. I assumed this would finally please him. I briefed him on his duties, specifically instructing him on handling disruptive individuals and theft incidents. However, much to my surprise, he still didn't put much effort into his work. He would stand at the entrance like a statue. When a thief took the camera, he lacked the courage to even ask a question. Feeling utterly helpless, I had no choice but to ask Paul and his family to leave, allowing them to fend for themselves outside. Such examples have occurred more than 20 times in my vicinity alone. How was Eden lost? It wasn't because God was unjust or the deities lacked compassion. It was because we as humans are unworthy of living in Eden. We do not deserve it. I had a colleague who, a few years ago, begged me to send him an invitation letter to help him do business abroad. Despite the difficulty of the situation, I actively assisted him in handling various procedures. When everything was ready and only the departure for overseas remained, he became arrogant and boastful. In a dark corner with his group of friends, he started devising an evil plan. First, they belittled me, saying, he, a nameless and insignificant pawn in the company, can survive overseas only because of the government's support. If he can survive abroad, aren't we all better than him? They then developed a detailed plan on how to initially rely on my assistance to establish themselves overseas, and subsequently, how to kick me aside and surpass me. Upon hearing this news, I immediately sent him a fax message. There has been a change in circumstances, and I am unable to accommodate you temporarily. Let's discuss this in the future. How was Eden lost? The expulsion of Adam and Eve from Eden had special reasons, but one factor was their own actions, disobeying the rules and taking the forbidden fruit. When individuals face misfortune, the majority of people's initial reaction is to seek various reasons to absolve themselves. They can always find sufficient reasons to blame the heavens, the earth, society, and others, but they rarely look within themselves for the causes. When humanity as a whole faces misfortune, many people begin to blame the greatest creator, gods and Buddhas, unwilling to look for reasons within human moral behavior. Alternatively, they may pray to the greatest creator, gods and Buddhas, seeking salvation for humanity, yet they are reluctant to reflect on their own actions and make necessary changes for self-improvement. The old Eden has been lost, and the new Eden has long been established, with its gates open to everyone. My disobedient little dog would certainly not be able to enter Eden. Paul, being lazy and irresponsible, an unproductive individual, cannot be allowed into Eden. Despite my colleagues' active pursuit, their intentions are impure, and I cannot permit them to enter the sacred Eden. The blind cannot see the blue sky, so they claim there is no sky. The deaf cannot hear sounds, so they say rivers have no ripples. Those without spiritual awareness cannot see God, so they say there is no Eden. God loves the humble, and Buddha enlightens those with affinity. As for the rest, they are like Paul, destined to fend for themselves. From penicillin allergy to the formation of Saraira. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jijing. In 1999, I drove a Nissan car with my lover and child from Harare to visit Victoria Falls, which was over 800 kilometers away. During that trip, what amazed me was not just the grandeur of the waterfall, but a young European girl, not even 20 years old, who was bungee jumping. Between Zimbabwe and Zambia, there is an iron bridge over the Zambezi River. The bridge is approximately 1 kilometer above the river surface. Standing on the bridge and looking down, the river water surged, and huge rocks protruded, making one feel dizzy and amazed. On that bridge, people often came to play bungee jumping. It involved tying a specially designed rope around the waist and feet, and then jumping from the bridge. This jump wasn't from a 3-meter-high wall to the ground, it was a leap beyond the limits of death. Not to mention those who have acrophobia, heart disease, or nervous disorders. 90% of people in general wouldn't dare to try it. Some men could be seen playing bungee jumping, which seemed acceptable, but seeing a delicate and beautiful young girl doing it left people dumbfounded and speechless, unable to break a sweat. Even some men still had pale faces after finishing their jumps. However, when this girl was pulled up to the bridge, someone asked her how she felt, and she excitedly exclaimed, wonderful. Oh my, while others were almost scared out of their wits, she found it wonderful without changing her expression or heartbeat. Is she even human? It suddenly dawned on me that this girl's mental and emotional makeup was different from others. What ordinary knowledge considers strange phenomena held no strangeness for her. She treats it as simple, ordinary, and normal. It turns out that people are fundamentally different from one another. Despite all being human, the differences between individuals are immense. Some people are allergic to penicillin, while many others are not. Some people are allergic to pollen, while others are not. Some people are allergic to metals other than gold and silver, while others are not. When reading Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio by Pu Songling and Ji Xiaolan's Notes from the Orchid Pavilion, we discover that some people turn pale at the mention of ghosts, while others, upon encountering a ghost, treat it as casually as they would treat a cat, showing no signs of fear or disturbance. Perhaps some would argue that Strange Tales from a Chinese Studio and Notes from the Orchid Pavilion are metaphorical stories and should not be taken literally. I believe there is some truth to that. However, in broad daylight, when someone puts on a ghost-like mask, some children tremble in fear while others not only show no fear but even burst into laughter. This is a fact. I remember in 1989, after the students in our school watched the movie Painted Skin at a theater in Zhangjiago City, Hebei Province, some of them were afraid to stay alone in the dormitory that night, and they didn't dare to go to the bathroom alone. Yet, many others were completely unfazed. I still remember when I was in middle school, Dongxiang County No. 3 Middle School in Gansu Province. One day, a classmate carried a 1-meter-long snake and stood on the podium, shaking it to intentionally scare the female students. The girls laughed and giggled, but a tall male student sitting in the back row screamed and turned pale. The image of fear from that student is deeply etched in my mind. It has been 30 years, but the memory remains vivid, as if it were yesterday. What's there to be afraid of a dead snake? Yet, my classmate reacted as if he had seen a ghost. Freud or parapsychologists might be able to explain it, but regardless of the explanation, it is a fact that this classmate's psychological makeup is unique compared to ordinary people. On the eve of a life-and-death battle between enemies, some people sleep soundly, snoring loudly, while others toss and turn, unable to fall asleep. Beethoven could compose the Heroic Symphony, so why can't we? Da Vinci could paint the Mona Lisa, so why can't we? Newton could discover universal gravitation from a falling apple, so why can't we? Einstein could find the equation for mass-energy equivalence, so why can't we? Because people are fundamentally different. This means that using our own understanding to judge the thoughts and actions of others often leads to incorrect conclusions. In the future world described in the Bible, everyone is free from illness. In the Buddhist scriptures, the Pure Land is described as a realm where everyone lives eternally. In the Life Genuine description of the 10,000-year world, people can fly. Do we believe in these descriptions or not? After the death of Buddha Shakyamuni, his remains were cremated, and numerous crystal clear, colorful, and steel-like solid sarira were discovered among his ashes. In December 1990, after the passing of the Singaporean Chinese monk Master Heng Chuan, 480 colored crystal-like sarira were found in his ashes. In 1994, during the cremation of Master Yuan Zhao's body at the Fahua Temple on Mount Guanyin in Shaanxi, his heart remained intact and transformed into a dark brown, hard relic. For the past 10 years, I have been almost free from illness. On rare occasions when I feel discomfort, taking a painkiller quickly relieves it. Why is that? It's not because I have naturally good health but rather because of my cultivation practice. I have developed a simple and effective method, and the results have been remarkable. When practicing, I am oblivious to extreme cold or hot weather. My mind becomes empty during the practice, and afterwards, my mind is exceptionally clear. The Viagra that can excite human nature, as well as opioids, heroin, and other pain-relieving drugs that can evoke intense emotions and a sense of transcendence, may have no effect on some people. Perhaps you have not heard of this before. In the recent days, in the article, The True Face of Chinese History in 5,000 Years of Up and Down, published on the website Chinese Soul, the author Xin Yuan stated, "The perfect return of the Yellow Emperor indicates that human beings can return to the heavens through cultivation. The only channel of communication between humans and gods is cultivation." The Bible, the Quran, the Diamond Sutra, and the Tao Te Ching all contain basic knowledge. However, many people are allergic to this basic knowledge. Regardless of the content of these scriptures, as soon as they hear the word scripture, they become allergic. Furthermore, some people randomly interpret the scriptures, making the originally profound and spiritually scientific wisdom appear mysterious and unfathomable, causing people to feel intimidated. When the seasonal flu virus arrives, many people may catch a cold, but when SARS strikes, some people will never get SARS. In 1348, the Black Death, a widespread outbreak of bubonic plague, claimed the lives of 1/3 of Europe's population, but why didn't the remaining 2/3 die? When periodic cosmic waves arrive, many people die. Whether you flee to the ends of the earth, dive underwater, or burrow underground, you cannot escape the impact of these waves on your nerves and psychological structure. Only those who have cultivated and practiced to an advanced level, whose nerves and psychological structure resonate with these waves, not only do they not feel the arrival of cosmic waves, but they are also unaffected by their negative effects. If you receive the cowpox vaccination, you won't get smallpox. If you enter Life Echanuan, you won't fear periodic cosmic waves. In the next 3 years or so, perhaps several extraordinary phenomena will occur, and by then, people will understand the true meaning of the birth of Life Echanuan. Are you allergic to penicillin? What are you not allergic to? Do you have psoriasis in your body? When will you have psoriasis? People, what are you really living for? Where are you rushing to in your busy lives? What have you truly understood? Consciousness can hear the voice of the greatest creator. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Jijing. In the vast universe, there are billions and trillions of voices, each expressing their own thoughts. As long as we use spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen, we can hear them. Common sense tells us that hearing relies on ears, and without ears, we cannot hear any sound or better understand the intentions of others. However, I advise we discard common sense and explore whether we can hear without ears. Let's start with an example. Helen Keller, an American blind writer, hailed by the Encyclopedia Britannica as one of the most accomplished representatives of disabled individuals in history. She embodied blindness, deafness, and muteness in one person. Despite being deaf, she could hear the voices of others, not through her ears but through touch. She would place her index finger on the speaker's lips, her middle finger on their nose, and her thumb on their throat, enabling her to hear their voice clearly. By placing her hand on a violin, she could hear the melodies played on it. This fact demonstrates that we can understand the voices of others even without using our ears. We can hear through the sense of touch. People with arthritis, as long as they pay attention, can be the first to hear the sound of climate change. When the river water warms up, ducks are the first to know, and sunlit flowers and trees meet spring early. The sounds of spring are first heard by certain animals and plants. Listening can be categorized into 3 levels. Using ears to listen is the primary level, using senses to listen is the second level, and using spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen is the highest level. What ears hear are the appearances of things, what senses hear are the processes of things, what consciousness hears are the essences of things. If someone says, "I love you," and you hear it with your ears, you perceive a sweet and pleasant sound, which is the superficial aspect. However, if you can feel the sound of love, then love has taken on a process. And if you can hear the sound of love with your consciousness, that love becomes a selfless and enchanting love. The love heard with ears is fleeting, the love sensed is enduring, and the love heard with consciousness is eternal. The supreme love is silent. To generalize further, the sounds heard with ears are often illusory, the sounds sensed are a mixture of reality and illusion, difficult to discern truth from falsehood, while the sounds heard with consciousness are genuine. The loudest sound is silence. The sound of silence can only be heard through consciousness. When a strong wind blows across the wilderness, we can hear the sound of the wind with our ears. When a gentle breeze passes through the wilderness, we can perceive the sound of the wind through our senses. However, there are countless sounds of the wind that we cannot hear with our ears or perceive with our senses. We need to use spiritual perception, consciousness, to listen. On a hot day, if you can quiet your mind and listen with consciousness to the sound of the Arctic's icy landscapes, you will immediately feel cool. On a cold night, if you can hear the sound of the flowing lava from a volcanic eruption, you will not feel cold. In this statement, there's a fundamental difference between what's imagined and what's actually perceived with consciousness. For instance, during hunger, envisioning eating lavish dishes doesn't solve the hunger issue. Yet, when consciousness is used to simulate eating, the sensation of hunger isn't felt. This pertains to a matter of different levels. If one exercises consciously, like Helen Keller did, they will discover many natural mysteries. On a calm, windless night, you raise your palm and feel in all directions. You will notice a cool breeze coming from certain directions and a warm gust from others. Over time, your palm will be able to discern the sound of any object, whether it's directed towards mountains, rivers, trees, flowers, houses, cars, people, or tables. You can hear their sounds. For example, when you hold your palm against a book, a thin book rolled up in your hand, you can sense its essence. Some books emit warmth, others coolness, while some books have no discernible temperature. If you can't feel anything, the reason lies not in the material itself, but in the lack of conscious training within yourself. It's like an ordinary piece of iron that lacks magnetization, it has no magnetism and therefore lacks north and south poles to distinguish between them. If we plug our ears and place our fingertips on someone's lips, we won't hear the person speaking, but Helen Keller could. The reason is that we haven't undergone conscious training. The Creator of the universe created human beings but did not grant us extraordinary hearing. Instead, our range of hearing is limited to 20 to 20,000 Hz. We are unable to hear sounds outside of this range. If we were able to hear infrasound and ultrasound, our days will have no peace. The sound of our heartbeat would be louder than drums, the sound of brushing our teeth would be like the earth shaking, and the sound of drinking water would resemble the roaring of the Victoria Falls. How could we bear such intensity? Everything has a sound. Any movement generates sound. When a jet plane takes off, it creates a deafening noise. However, if the frequency of its sound during takeoff exceeds 20,000 Hz, it becomes silent. In reality, it is not truly silent but rather beyond our range of hearing. There are certain sounds we cannot hear because we are ordinary individuals, and only a few exceptional people can hear them because they are extraordinary beings. There are certain sounds we cannot hear because we are listening with our ears, while some individuals can hear them because they are listening with their consciousness. The thoughts and activities of the human mind have sound, the processes of conscious thinking have sound. These sounds accurately and unmistakably reveal the inner world of every individual to the vast world. Consequently, the greatest creator also accurately and unmistakably knows the nobility and baseness of our inner world. In Chinese history, many extraordinary individuals emerged who possessed knowledge of numerous mysteries of the universe. They warned us, even whispered words are heard by heaven like thunder, hidden intentions are seen by divine eyes like lightning, keep your heart pure and your thoughts clear, desire no guilt in the open, offend not in the unseen, in all matters, advise against concealing the truth, for within 3 feet above your head, there are divine beings, and so on. They explicitly conveyed to us that any activity within our inner world generates a sound that may be inaudible to humans but is distinctly heard by the greatest creator and gods and Buddhas, resonating like thunderous lightning. Jesus, Shakyamuni, Laozi, and others have left us with wisdom rather than the mysteries of the universe. Jesus explicitly stated that pearls should not be thrown to pigs and that he spoke in parables so that those with wicked hearts would not understand. Shakyamuni also primarily spoke for those on the path of the Mahayana. Laozi similarly understood that if the petty-minded individuals were to grasp the mysteries of the universe, it would bring endless harm. Life Changyuan has made the greatest efforts and has led everyone to the edge of the mysteries of the universe. Looking at human history, the current state of human hearts is worse than before. In truth, humans no longer qualify to continue existing on this beautiful blue planet. However, gods and Buddhas are unwilling to give up and still want to make one last effort, even though the chances of realizing this desire are only 1 in 10,000. Everything within our inner being is heard without omission by the greatest creator. Similarly, the greatest creator selflessly communicates his intentions to each and every one of us. The reason we cannot hear the voice of the greatest creator lies in the fact that our spiritual perception, consciousness, has become deaf. We have been misled by appearances, our consciousness is too chaotic and restless, and we lack concentration and focus. Shakyamuni sat under the Bodhi tree for 7 days and nights, fully concentrated, before hearing the voice of the greatest creator and attaining enlightenment to become a Buddha. Any individual who can hear the voice of the greatest creator will undoubtedly achieve Buddhahood. The souls can resonate with one another, and extraordinary consciousness can hear the voice of the greatest creator. May all beings become Buddhas. Knowledge and Wisdom. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Jijing. In the movie Fearless, Hui Yuanjia is a master of martial arts. His shadowless fist allows him to overcome enemies, catch them off guard, and make them defenseless. It is an unstoppable technique that leaves opponents unable to defend themselves and provides them no room for counterattacks. The power of the shadowless fist lies in its lack of a fixed pattern. It is highly versatile, constantly changing, and adaptable to any situation. It may seem complex with only one move, yet it contains endless variations and techniques. The shadowless fist is a technique without a technique. If you were to ask Hui Yuanjia, Master Hua, how many patterns does your shadowless fist have, and how can one learn it? Hui Yuanjia would not be able to give you a definitive answer because even he himself is uncertain. The secret of the shadowless fist lies in its embodiment of the essence of martial arts. Regardless of the specific martial art, philosophy, thoughts, or methods, once it becomes one with the Tao, it becomes unfathomable, only to be comprehended through personal insight, impossible to express in words. Confucius once questioned Laozi about the Tao and later said to his disciples, "Birds, I know they can fly, fish, I know they can swim, beasts, I know they can run. Running beasts can be caught in a net, swimming fish can be caught with a mesh, and flying birds can be shot down with an arrow. As for the dragon, I simply don't know, it rides the winds and ascends directly to the 9th heaven." Today, having met Laozi, isn't he just like a dragon? Confucius, a sage renowned for his profound knowledge and wisdom, when faced with the wisdom of Laozi, lacked the ability to fully comprehend it. He could not perceive the limits of Laozi's wisdom because Laozi's wisdom, much like Hui Yuanjia's shadowless fist, is something that is, without action, yet accomplishes everything. It is elusive, just like not seeing its head when approaching, nor its tail when following. It is like a tiger trying to swallow the sky, with nowhere to find an opening. The Buddha, Shakyamuni, spent over 40 years teaching the Dharma, yet in the end, he stated that he had not truly said anything, nor had he given any teachings. He said to Subhuti, "Subhuti, do not say that the Tathagata thinks, I must expound the Dharma. Do not have such a thought." Why? Because if someone says so, he will truly slander the Buddha and be unable to understand my teachings. Subhuti, when the Tathagata expounds the Dharma, there is truly no Dharma to teach. Yet, this is expediently termed as teaching the Dharma. He went on, circling around, reversing, and repeating, but ultimately, he informed us that he had not said anything at all. Wonderful! Because Buddha Shakyamuni attained enlightenment. When I was contemplating how to explain the origin of the universe, unsure of how to effectively articulate it, one evening, as I was reading the Diamond Sutra, I burst into laughter. I laughed so hard that I had to bury my head in the blanket and suppress my laughter. I saw Buddha Shakyamuni laughing heartily too, and saw the greatest creator smiling as he walked away with hands behind his back. In the novel Heavenly Sword and Dragon Slaying Saber, by the renowned master Jin Yong, Zhang Sanfeng teaches Zhang Wuji a unique sword technique. The peculiarity of this technique lies in the ability to forget about the sword technique itself. No matter how many moves or forms are taught, the ultimate goal is to reach a state where, after learning everything, one realizes they haven't learned any specific sword technique, yet it seems as if they have mastered all sword techniques. In reality, the sword technique taught by Zhang Sanfeng to Zhang Wuji bears the resemblance to Hui Yuanjia's shadowless fist in its profound nature, with the essence lying in the entering of the Tao. The entire universe is composed of different levels of life. We can liken this universe to a courtyard of life, or a home of life. However, to understand the mysteries of this courtyard of life, one must utilize Zen. Zen, in this context, refers to ascending to a state of great wisdom through profound insights into life. The significance of Life Genuine lies therein. The purpose of the Revelations section is to provide explanations and insights into everyday phenomena, inspiring everyone to gain enlightenment. By extrapolating from specific instances and making connections, one can ultimately enter the Tao. In Revelations, I only write 100 articles, but in reality, I could write 100,000 articles, a billion articles, even countless articles. However, if readers cannot attain self-realization, no matter how much I write, what purpose does it serve? In order to expedite everyone's path to enlightenment, let me provide a definition for knowledge and wisdom and explain their meanings and differences. What is knowledge? It refers to the understanding and experiences acquired without personal contemplation and profound insights. Everything learned from schools and churches, everything acquired from parents and masters, and everything obtained from books, magazines, movies, and television are considered knowledge. What is wisdom? Wisdom refers to the ability gained through one's own brain's contemplation, analysis and judgment, or the perception of the heart. Wisdom cannot be obtained through sight, hearing, taste, smell, or touch. Wisdom is the crystallization of thinking, the child of thinking, and the outcome of thinking. When entering Life Genuine, one should not focus on acquiring knowledge but instead strive for wisdom. Otherwise, no matter how much I said, it will be in vain. Silence might be better. The more I speak, the more confused you become. In order to stimulate the birth of wisdom, I will now present several questions for everyone to contemplate in their free time. By the time I finish writing the 100 articles of Revelations, I hope to witness the emergence of a large number of individuals who can attain Anuttara Samyak Sambodhi, supreme, profound, and perfect enlightenment. If fate allows, I will then discuss advanced spiritual cultivation and the chapter of preaching the Tao. Why are there so many stars in the sky? Where is the greatest creator exactly? How did the earth start moving initially? Why is there only one moon hanging in the sky? Will the human population on earth continue to increase infinitely? What is the best way to limit population growth? How was the atmosphere formed? Are wolves the ancestors of dogs? Why don't humans have eyes on the back of their heads? Why do species vary greatly, while human faces differ immensely? Why do orange trees only bear oranges, and peach trees only bear peaches? Despite being born from the same mother, why do siblings have such vastly different destinies? With the same earth and the same sky, why is there so little rain or snow over deserts and wastelands? Why do carnivorous animals have lower reproductive abilities compared to herbivores? Why? In the universe, which direction is up, and which direction is down? Is empty space truly devoid of everything? Assuming no major obstacles, to what extent can human development ultimately reach? When someone unexpectedly encounters a car accident, is it a coincidence or a necessity? Who am I, really? No love, small love and great love. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. As a child, I used to herd sheep. I observed that when the lambs knelt to suckle, the mother sheep always turned her head to lick the lamb's bottom, which seemed an unfortunate unclean habit for a mother sheep. While teaching in high school, my son had 7 or 8 cats at home. Watching the mother cat after giving birth, it hastily licked the sticky dirt off the kittens. I could not agree with the mother cat's unclean habit. While conducting business abroad, my wife kept several dogs. I noticed that within a dozen days after the mother dog gave birth to puppies, she licked the urine and excrement of the puppies inside the doghouse daily, which I found extremely disgusting. Sitting under a tree contemplating quietly, I realized my astonishing stupidity. Isn't all of this the greatest creator telling me what love is? If the mother sheep does not promptly lick the thin stool from the lamb's bottom, it will quickly form a scab, preventing the lamb from defecating, leaving the lamb with only one option, to die. For the lamb to grow healthily, the mother sheep must lick its feces. This is not an issue of hygiene but a matter of whether life can survive and continue. After the kittens are born, the mother cat must quickly eat the afterbirth, otherwise, the kittens will suffocate inside the afterbirth. If the mother dog does not lick the excrement and urine of the puppies in the den daily, the den will inevitably emit a foul odor, the puppies will stink, and bacteria will breed massively. Flies and other insects will swarm the den, causing not only the puppies to be unable to grow healthily but also leading to their rapid illness and death. This is love. For the sake of love, we should not just consider hygiene, we should not hesitate to endure even hardships. So, how to define love? I believe love is an inner liking and selfless dedication without any conditions. Based on this definition, let's compare it to the love in human society. If a person does not properly care for the elderly or raise their children, then that person lacks love. Being unable to show love for both the elderly and children makes such an individual extremely selfish and cruel, nothing short of human waste. Given the opportunity, such a person, apart from neglecting wildlife, deforestation, and polluting rivers, lakes, and oceans, can even betray friends, their own ethnicity, and their country, all for personal gain. Any heinous act is within their capacity as long as it satisfies their self-interest. If a person loves their own elderly, children, and family, yet neglects siblings, neighbors, and nature, then this person possesses only small love. There's not much difference between this person and animals. For the sake of their children and family, if conditions permit, they may not hesitate to engage in actions that violate their conscience, involving deceit or theft. If a person not only loves their own elderly and children but also cares for the community, nature, and the future and fate of humanity, this person possesses great love. Those with great love do not care about personal gains and losses. For the sake of others and humanity, they are willing to endure all hardships and injustices. In the human world, the one with the greatest love is Jesus, it's the heart of Christ. To save humanity, he sacrificed his blood and his own life. Despite the Roman soldiers cruelly nailing nails into his hands and feet and humiliating him, he not only didn't hate but also prayed for the greatest Creator to forgive them. This is a tremendous amount of love. Humanity. Should we doubt Jesus' identity as Christ? Is there any hatred we cannot let go of? Is there any psychological knot that we cannot untie? People should possess great love. This is not just moral preaching, it's not teaching you to be a good person, but because the magnitude of love directly involves the future direction of your own life. In general terms, those without love will definitely end up in inflamed layers, frozen layers, netherworld, or animal world. Those with small love will at best return to this world. Only those with great love qualify to ascend to the higher realms of life. Death is not the end of life. This is not superstition, nonsense, deception, or lies, it's a fact. It's not because other realms of life do not exist but because our spiritual perception is too dull. It's not because this world lacks light, but it's because the blind cannot see the light. It's not because there's no sound in this universe, but the deaf cannot hear the sound. It's not because the Pure Land does not exist, but our vision lacks that function. The greatest creator is fair and selfless, God's and Buddha's love humanity. What can I say that you will believe? Quickly attain standards and retreat in time. Xiefeng. January 25, 2007. Translation edited by Qinyu. Yesterday, I went to the seaside. Normally, during high tide, there's a solitary island not far out in the sea, with a sea view pavilion built on it. Normally, people take yachts to visit the pavilion. Several times, I stood by the sea, gazing at the pavilion and sighing, wishing I could ascend and enjoy the vast sea views. Yesterday, our wish came true. When we arrived at the seaside, the tide was at its lowest, allowing us to walk from the shore to the sea view pavilion. We traversed a stretch of white sandy beach cleansed by the sea waves, encountering oddly shaped exposed rocks along the way. These rocks twisted and turned within the reef cluster for several hundred meters. Ahead was a smooth stone naturally laid out over 10 meters, connecting the North and South Seas. Carefully stepping on the stones to cross this open space, we then crossed several hundred meters of rugged reef jungles, reaching the usual site of the isolated island. Typically, during high tide, the island appears as a dot. But yesterday, due to the low tide, we witnessed the island's vastness, spanning several kilometers. The goal was to reach the Seaview Pavilion, and it was crucial to timely retreat from the island before the tide rose. However, we made two mistakes yesterday. The first error was taking our time, leisurely enjoying the scenery along the way. One moment, we admired the colorful sea anemones, the next, we picked up seashells and caught starfishes. Now and then, we paused to take pictures, expressing emotions like, "Ah, oh, mighty sea, how many tales of joy and sorrow have you stirred?" Sometimes, we stood atop the rocks, pretending to be philosophers, with a cold gaze over the vast expanse, winds howling, waters surging, myriad events, challenging to comprehend. We lingered too long and reached the island close to high tide. The second error was that after reaching the Seaview Pavilion, we should have retreated immediately. Instead, we dawdled, reluctant to leave, continuously looking around and taking photos, expressing emotions, and lamenting. While the people gathering seafood hurriedly left, we remained indifferent until someone shouted at us, "If you do not run now, it'll be too late." It was too late. The open space of over 10 meters was already submerged. Wait? Absolutely not. The longer we waited, the deeper the water would become. So, on this bitterly cold day in the lunar year 2006, wearing thick clothes, we rushed into the biting sea water. What does it teach me? In life, the most important thing must be addressed first. So, what is the most important thing? Going to school, starting a family, establishing a career, making money, becoming an official, all undoubtedly are not the most important things. Achieving fame, gaining honor for the family, contributing to the nation, leaving a lasting legacy for generations, and creating a new era are also not the most critical matters. Love affairs, enjoying leisure activities, pursuing fame and profit, and even fighting and killing, are far from the most important matters. The most crucial thing in life is understanding the issue of life and death. If the issue of life and death is not resolved, everything else is futile. Death can arrive at any moment. When it does, there's no time for regrets or remedies. Everything returns to nothingness, to zero. The problem of life and death is the Seaview Pavilion. Instead of lingering to admire the scenery along the way, we should head straight to the core theme. After reaching the Seaview Pavilion and understanding all the beauty of the island, we can then slowly appreciate the scenery along the way according to the specific tide conditions. Retreat in time from the Seaview Pavilion, grasp the time to handle the matters on this shore, such as settling debts, accumulating merits, processing life visas, buying plane tickets, organizing luggage, and more. Only after resolving these matters, can you fully indulge in entertainment and play, and fully enjoy life. Otherwise, once the tide rises, it will be too late. We should learn from Sun Wukong's spirit of seeking the truth. Whenever the master wanted to teach Sun Wukong a skill, he'd always ask, "Can this make me immortal?" If it wasn't about immortality, Wukong would say, "Not learning. Not learning. Not learning." We are facing the same question as Sun Wukong. The mentors of life teach us skills such as how to establish a family, make money, become an official, protect our family and country, gain fame, and cure illnesses. Learning these skills is not wrong. The issue is that we must first learn the essential skill of immortality. The issue of death is not a simple matter. Humanity's sages have been continuously exploring the true meaning of death. Nearly all religions consistently discuss the post-death fate of life, the soul. It's time to ask this question just like Sun Wukong. If someone comes to impart knowledge, teach us skills, we must focus on the theme and ask, can the skills you teach me allow me to understand the meaning of life and death while alive and ensure that I go to the so-called heaven after death? If yes, then hurry up and learn, if not, turn away. If a Christian comes to teach us, we should ask, can I go to heaven? Where is heaven? How do I get there? You must explain the whole story clearly, so that I can understand it while I'm alive. If it's vague, unclear, and demands only faith without proper explanation, then, I'm sorry, I will not learn. Whether it's a Christian, Buddhist, Muslim, Taoist, a member of a political party, this master or that master imparting knowledge, we should pose the same question about life and death. If they can explain clearly, we'll learn. If they cannot, sorry, we will not learn. Because time is precious and the tide could rise at any moment, blocking us from passing that vast open space. In summary, we need to quickly meet the standard and then retreat in time, otherwise, we will regret it. Many things, always urgent, the world turns, time presses. 10,000 years are too long, seize only the present. Changing in tune with the cyclical evolution of the universe. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. That year, my son was 15. We lived at 10, Forest Road, in a detached house surrounded by 63 different plants. Among them was a tree emitting a peculiar and strong fragrance after dinner during the flowering seasons. The scent wafted through the courtyard, drifted into the dining room, living room, bedroom, permeating our nostrils, seeping into our organs and minds, intoxicating and enchanting us. That evening after dinner, I strolled with my child in the courtyard, standing under this divine tree, whose name I still do not know, and began a lecture for my son. Here is what I shared with him back then. Son, since you were 3, I've been teaching you about life. For the past 3 years, every Wednesday evening has been our designated father-son exchange. I may lack the ability to provide you with abundant material wealth. Instead, I'm passing on the little wisdom inherited from your great-grandmother and grandfather and some traditional virtues of the Chinese nation that I've come to understand. Over these 3 years, I've taken you to the Jehovah's Witness Church every Sunday, exposing you to their teachings to make you aware of what's missing in Chinese culture. Your future insights will rely on your perception. Read some books that are not books, like this tree, it's a book. Let's read it now. Son, Dad, how do we read this tree? Child, this tree is a book encompassing everything. Imagine how it grows, what sustains it, its origin, why its leaves are green, why it only blooms once a year, why its leaves and flowers have distinctive shapes. What force is behind this uniqueness? Tonight, let's not discuss anything else, only explore why this tree emits fragrance only at specific times. What can this phenomenon teach us? Son, Dad, is it trying to tell us it adheres to a governing law? You truly are your father's good son, clever with high comprehension. What else do you think is also governed by a law? Son, it seems all plants and flowers follow a law. When spring arrives, they sprout, bloom, and grow. When winter comes, they wither, decay, and hide. This happens every year. Reasonable. What else is bound by a law? Son, seems like weather changes are also governed by a law. Zimbabwe has dry and rainy seasons. During the dry season, rain does not fall for months. When the rainy season arrives, it starts raining. Midway through the rainy season, thunder and lightning occur frequently, accompanied by heavy rains. This happens every year. Anything else? Son, the moon also seems to be governed by a law, otherwise, we wouldn't have regular full moons and new moons. Anything else? Son, Dad, are not people also constrained by a law? I do not have a beard now, but you do. You didn't have a beard at my age. When I'm your age, I'll surely have a beard. Isn't this something we cannot control, Dad? Absolutely right, child. What else is bound by a law? Son, can't remember. Child, everything in the universe is bound by laws, like an invisible vast net covering everything. From celestial bodies' movements to insects' reproduction, from tides' ebb and flow to roosters' crowing, everything is within this net. Nothing escapes it. Son, is this net like the palm of the Buddha? You can understand it that way. Son, Dad, since everything is governed by laws, does that mean everything in my life is inevitably constrained by laws? Can I skip school tomorrow? Silly child, trying to stump Dad. I patted his head then, and the child smiled shyly. Since everything is bound by a law, you must go to school. You do not have a choice, just like when you're hungry, you must eat, or when your bladder is full, you must urinate. Son, then when can I have control over myself? Haven't I lost my freedom? Child, this delves into something deeper. Firstly, we need to seek out and understand the laws. Without knowing the laws, one's life remains bewildered, confused, and unclear. Everyone believes they are acting according to their own will, but in reality, they strictly adhere to established procedures in their actions and speech. Whether it's Jesus, Buddha, Hitler, or Mao Zedong, it's all the same. Son, Dad, the more you talk, the more confused I get. Child, seeking and understanding laws are one thing, following them is another. For example, if you discover the law of seasonal changes, you should consider adapting to those changes. When winter is approaching, you should think about how to survive the cold. Are your winter clothes prepared? Is the heating equipment effective? And so on. Farmers aiming for a good harvest must prepare seeds, fertilizers, tools according to seasonal changes and sow, water, weed, fertilize, and harvest on time. Missing the season means no harvest. Discovering the law enables us to grasp the cyclic evolution of the law. Like geese flying north and south, a comet returning every 76 years, women menstruating, and societal cyclic upheavals. Mastering the cyclic nature of laws tells us what to seek and what not to seek in life. Son, Dad, you said that we have no control over everything, so, what should I pursue and what should I not pursue? Can I have control over that? This involves whether we have mastered the laws and their cyclical evolution. If we are completely ignorant of the laws and their cyclical nature, we are always out of control, just like mice that must inevitably dig holes or bees that inevitably gather nectar to make honey. However, If we have mastered the laws and their cyclical evolution, we have control over ourselves. The more laws we comprehend, the more freedom we have. Son, so, people should first seek and understand laws. But how many laws are there in the universe? Child, the laws in the universe are endless, like the vastness of the ocean's waters. Son, Dad, with so many rules, when will we ever find them? It seems impossible to grasp them in a lifetime. Plus, we still need to eat, go to school, work, sleep. There is not enough time. Child, it's true that it seems difficult, and it is indeed difficult. However, saying it's not difficult means it's not. I have a trick, once you master it, you can navigate effortlessly through endless changes. If I were to place you in a space where the sky is not the sky, where there's no distinction between up and down, how would you find your way out from there? If there's a cycle of significant change in this universe every 5,000 years, how could we escape it? Son, Dad, the universe is unfathomable, and it seems like you are too. But it's already past 10, and I have school tomorrow. Can I go to bed now? Child, school is important. Let's stop our conversation here for tonight. I patted my child's head again, and the child smiled shyly. Distinguishing the truth from the false. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. When I was young, I followed my parents to the fields to weed. The wheat was less than 3 inches tall, the field a lush green, seemingly without any weeds growing amidst it. Yet, my parents bent over, carefully pulling out the weeds one by one, while my task was to move the uprooted weeds away from the wheat field and pile them together. Once, while observing the neatly stacked weeds, I thought I discovered a mistake made by my parents. With a proud yet reproachful tone, I called out to my mother, "Mom, you've mistaken the wheat for weeds." "Bring it here, let me see," my mother responded. Excitedly, I brought the uprooted wheat to show my mother, aiming to prove her wrong. However, without even looking at it, my mother said to me, "Compare it to the wheat growing in the field, see if it truly is wheat." I compared it repeatedly, but I was still convinced that what she had uprooted wasn't grass but indeed wheat. "Mom, I am sure what you've pulled out is wheat." My mother then, with a gentle smile, had me squat down and said, "Look, this grass is called barnyard grass. It looks almost like wheat, but upon careful observation, there are differences. The color of barnyard grass is slightly darker than wheat, its leaves are a bit wider, and when you touch it, its leaves are not as soft as wheat. This barnyard grass has a stronger vitality than wheat. If we do not pull it out now, it will absorb all the nutrients nearby, hindering the wheat around it from growing well." I earnestly compared it again and found my mother's point to be completely accurate. I mimicked her actions, searching the field, and discovered many barnyard grasses that looked like wheat among the seemingly wheat-filled field. I uprooted one barnyard grass and asked my father to identify it. He glanced at it, his dirty hand touching my head, and praised, "My child is so clever." At that moment, the pride I felt was no less than Columbus discovering a new continent. Now, I can also tell the difference between barnyard grass and wheat. But as an adult, I've been deceived time and again. Why cannot I distinguish between the wheat and barnyard grass among people? Bull can distinguish between horses, identifying the outstanding ones among the many, discerning which are inferior, which are good runners, and which are exceptional. This ability, akin to my parents' differentiation between wheat and barnyard grass, requires considerable effort and stems from long-term observation and analysis. It's a skill that's challenging for an amateur to master. Thus, I admire all those who possess such skills, and I realize that in every matter, it requires experts to make judgments. The flamboyant words of novices not only create confusion but also distort the truth, making it difficult to distinguish between true and false, right and wrong. I imagine how wonderful it would be if in this world, all novices refrain from interfering in matters of experts, refraining from meddling in what they do not understand, refraining from casually writing articles to critique. What I cannot comprehend is why those with shallow understanding and superficial skills are so fond of criticizing and commenting on philosophy, thoughts, politics, arts, and spiritual studies. Without deep expertise or unique talent, how do they comprehend the deeper truths? Why not be a bit humble? Displaying one's limited knowledge only shows shallowness and immaturity. Boasting shamelessly only signifies arrogance and conceit. Unconditionally affirming or denying only reflects ignorance and foolishness. Denying the greatest creator is due to dull spiritual perception. Negating deities is because of worldly eyes. Not acknowledging other spaces is due to ignorance about non-material and negative universes. Human understanding of the mysteries of the universe and life is quite limited, so why deny it? Our vision, our hearing, are confined to a relatively narrow and limited area, but through perception, we have the capability to transcend these limitations and enter an infinitely vast space. With such a beautiful future, why not explore, why not pursue? I see that human society is filled with isolated lakes that do not connect to rivers and oceans. Christianity, Buddhism, Islam, Taoism, science, they're like individual lakes. Evolution, the Big Bang Theory, genetic studies, socialist theories, capitalist theories, democratic theories, human rights theories, and more, they're like drying up small ponds. Why not connect them to understand and contemplate? In his book, Morals, Naked Ape, physicist Mr. Jam Kuming vividly likened this situation to studying the elephant's toenails, legs, tail, ivory, ears, without anyone truly studying the entire elephant. If there were someone studying the entire elephant, those studying just the toenails or tail would sneer, "What? I cannot even figure out the elephant's toenails thoroughly, and you claim to understand the entire elephant." The fable of the blind man and the elephant tells us that if we confine our thinking to what we've touched and cling to our biases, we'll never understand the complete picture of the elephant. We'll forever remain in endless debates of, the elephant is a pillar, the elephant is a wall, the elephant is a rope, the elephant is a fan, but will never unravel the eternal question of which came first, the chicken or the egg. In the past 20 years, many knowledgeable, aspiring, and idealistic people have been exploring ways to end authoritarianism. However, very few have explored from the perspective of studying the entire elephant. Most have confined their vision to the narrow field of elephant toenail studies, leg studies, focusing solely on emperors, political parties, and systems, as if you could both nurture fish and grow crops in water equally. I lack profound moral virtues, but I've learned from my parents how to distinguish wheat from barnyard grass and understand the method of integrating human culture. But how many are interested? Continue with your debates. Plus equals. Simple plus unsophisticated equals beautiful. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. The most complex thing in the universe is within holography, which is the negative universe, entirely composed of non-material. Holography has no specific structure, it's a unified world of spirits. Holography controls everything in the universe at negative universe speed. Events occurring on Earth can be sensed almost instantly on another planet tens of thousands of light years away. This is called heaven-human resonance, also known as cosmic holography. All scientific theories and hypotheses lose their efficacy within holography. This includes Einstein's general theory of relativity, quantum mechanics, superstring theory, and many assertions by scientists about the universe, such as those by Hawking in A Brief History of Time. Even people's imaginations hold no value within holography. Currently, we do not need to understand holography. Let's analyze what is most beautiful in the universe from the origin of matter. No one denies that everything in the universe originates from structure. A fertilized egg can develop into a relatively perfect life form, depending on the structure of that egg. The type of life form corresponds to the structure of the fertilized egg. A dog's fertilized egg cannot develop into a pig, and a monkey's fertilized egg cannot develop into a human because the structures of their material origins are different. Though the superstring theory is fascinating, it relies on structure, just as the sound from a flute and an era differs, depending on the different structures of the instruments. However, for us humans, structure is elusive, we cannot grasp it. Melody is beautiful, but it has no visual effect. Quarks, protons, neutrons, photons, electrons, etc., cannot exhibit their beauty to humans. A single molecule may be simple, yet its beauty eludes our appreciation. From holography to structure, from structure to superstrings, from superstrings to particles, from particles to molecules, from molecules to matter, this process is a journey from complexity to simplicity. Why simplify? Because simplicity aligns with the way of life on Earth. Without simplicity, the emergence of human society is impossible. Gazing at the sky at night, stars twinkling, we feel beautiful. During the day, gentle breeze and sunshine, clouds drifting, we feel beautiful. Blooming flowers, flowing rivers, babbling brooks, towering mountains, all evoke a sense of beauty. Simplicity is beautiful. For humans, being merely simple might seem foolish. Human beauty primarily lies in intrinsic qualities, and among all intrinsic qualities, unsophistication is the most precious quality. People in urban areas polluted by consumerist society, if they go to remote, untainted, simple countryside areas and see green hills, leisurely cattle, and sheep, shy yet respectful greetings from the villagers, they will undoubtedly experience beauty because the countryside is not only simple but also unsophisticated. Rural people going to big cities, witnessing the hustle and bustle, flashing neon lights, charming men and women, apart from amazement, may not experience much beauty because the city is too complex and superficial. Recall, how many people have provided you with a sense of beauty? What exactly are the factors of their beauty? If someone looks beautiful but is superficial, can you feel beauty from them? When people are young, they experience more beauty because everything is simple and pure. The older people get, the less beauty they feel, because through simplicity and unsophistication, they see complexity in superficiality. Human society is becoming increasingly complex, vulgar, and superficial, deviating from the true path. Losing not only beauty but everything. People, do you not long for beauty? The function and value of garbage. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. In 1997, while tidying the courtyard, I collected a carload of trash. Following municipal regulations, unlike in my homeland where one might handle garbage as they wished, I obediently took the trash to the designated dump. At the dump's entrance, after paying the dumping fee, I precisely disposed of the trash in the specified area, as directed by the dump staff. After dumping the garbage, I glanced around and noticed that over the years, the garbage pile had become a thriving mound of plants and flowers. It was hard to imagine a vibrant world of flowers and lush grass growing atop a massive heap of rubbish. Nature is truly amazing. It can turn decay into wonders, and death into eternal life. This was a remarkable revelation that urged me to treat garbage with kindness. Garbage is treasure. By collecting various types of trash in one place and allowing them to undergo exposure to the sun, rain, wind, and heat, the garbage can transform into potent organic fertilizer, providing a continuous source of nutrients for the plants growing above it, creating a beautiful garden. Expanding on this revelation, if material garbage can become nourishment for plants, can spiritual garbage become nourishment for spiritual life? Deliberately, I began collecting spiritual garbage. I discovered that human-created culture contains a considerable amount of garbage. If we gather this garbage and let it ferment and decay within our minds, it will surely turn into something extraordinary and magical. Scavengers in cities know where to find scrap iron, discarded cans, old papers, and bottles. Similarly, I gradually learned where to find cultural garbage. Aside from picking up garbage from historical cultural repositories, I also collected garbage from modern political doctrines, religious studies, scientific inferences, especially from newspapers, magazines, and online forums, where I could gather large amounts of trash every day. I loaded all this garbage into my mind, allowing them to contradict, refute, and generate a biochemical reaction. Eventually, I used this as nourishment for Life Genuine, providing fertile soil for its germination and growth. Just as grass and flowers grow on piles of material garbage, Life Genuine has sprouted from heaps of cultural refuse. Just as grass and flowers purify the earth, Life Genuine purifies the soul. Anticipate the future of earth, verdant, blossoming, filled with talented individuals, and harmonious. Watch with anticipation. Now and in the future, humanity's cultural treasures will radiate brilliant light within Life Genuine. The writings of saints and sages will find their place here, sparkling like stars, galloping like 1,000 horses. And those articles deemed cultural garbage will continue to provide nourishment for Life Genuine. Small minds are clever, big minds are foolish, shrewd but unwise. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. It was a summer day in 1976 when I, aged 19, served as the Deputy Secretary and Document Officer of the Production Brigade. This brigade comprised 5 natural villages with a total of 11 production teams. 5 teams were made up of relocated residents from the Lujiaxia Reservoir, while the other 6 were local residents, including 2 Muslim villages. Due to the diverse composition, I handled matters and spoke with extreme caution. I never dared to offend any production team. The best way to maintain smooth production operations, I learned, was to be fair and humble, respecting all the elderly. My father taught me, wherever you go, as long as you respect and show politeness to the elderly, you will not have major troubles. Therefore, I always held respect for all the elders in the brigade close to my heart and translated it into my actions. Strangely enough, just this tactic of respecting the elders allowed me to serve as the local emperor for 3 years peacefully and smoothly. Among all the elders in the brigade, there was one who left an indelible memory with me. He was a landlord. His family's courtyard walls were the highest and thickest, and their gate tower was the most magnificent. Before liberation, he gradually gave his land to tenant farmers and distributed his property among relatives and neighbors. Therefore, after liberation, the government gave him the classification of an enlightened landlord. He escaped the hardships of various political movements, including the Cultural Revolution. He also sent his son, in the 1950s, to Tsinghua University. I knew this elderly man was quite astute. Whenever I met him, I was always respectful. He seemed to have some fondness for me, a son of a poor farmer. Between us, there seemed to be no class hatred, and certainly, there was no ethnic resentment. That day, in my leadership capacity, I went to the greening station for an inspection, wanting to assess the survival rate and growth status of the fruit trees planted there. Coincidentally, this elderly man was there too, and we started chatting. First, I praised the young people in their village for being smart. During our middle and high school years, several young people from their village dropped out to earn money and support their families. All those who continued their education ultimately returned to the village to farm, seemingly wasting a few years of their time. Unexpectedly, this elderly man said something that deeply resonated with me. He said, "Those young people have clever small minds and foolish big minds." What do you mean? I asked, puzzled. He adjusted his beard and explained, in a person's life, especially during adolescence, laying a good foundation is essential. If the foundation is poorly built, no matter how much effort you put in later, there will not be much future. With a solid foundation, efforts pay off double. Without it, efforts pay off half as much. Those with clever small minds are always lazy in laying foundations, eager for fame and profit, while those with clever big minds prioritize laying a solid foundation, even if it means temporarily giving up fame and profit. The result is that those eager for fame and profit end up with nothing, while those who temporarily gave up fame and profit for the foundation eventually achieve fame and profit. Those young people in our village who didn't go to school but went to earn money may seem to have gained a lot, but they've ruined their lives. So, I say they have clever small minds and foolish big minds. Small minds being clever and big minds being foolish has been a guiding light for me since then. If one seeks mere survival, having a clever small mind is sufficient. But to attain wisdom and expand the meaning of life, the smarter one's small mind, the more they cause trouble and harm. One must abandon small cleverness and strive to develop a clever big mind. Although both small cleverness and big cleverness are forms of intelligence, they operate in vastly different dimensions of time and space. One is concerned with pursuing immediate gains in the present moment, while the other looks to the future, seeking long-term gains. Ordinary people are clever with small minds but foolish with big minds. Only those accomplished saints and sages possess a foolish small mind and a clever big mind. The clever small mind focuses on the present, while the clever big mind plans for the future. The clever small mind is eager to display itself, while the clever big mind is busy seeking the truths of the universe. The clever small mind aims for the brilliance of life, while the clever big mind aims for the eternal nature of life. Laws which keep life immortal. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Every morning, turning on the tap to wash my face, I noticed that the initial water flow was murky and not clear. This happened every day. It then dawned on me that life truly resides in movement. The house I lived in had 3 bathrooms. Once, one of them had a leak and was temporarily closed. Since there were 2 others available, there was no hurry to repair it. To prevent anyone from using it, my partner not only covered the toilet seat but also sealed it with transparent tape. However, she overlooked dealing with the water remaining at the bottom of the toilet. About 10 days later, we noticed tiny flies frequently flying in the hallway. Our room was cleaned daily by the floral workers, and it was challenging to find even a speck of dirt. Throughout the year, we rarely saw flies. Why did they suddenly appear? Despite searching everywhere, my partner and I couldn't locate the source of the issue. My partner prefers cleanliness and tidiness. She not only got upset at the sight of a group of flies but, if even a single fly appeared in the room, she had to either crush it to dust or chase it out to feel at ease. As expected, while I was typing at the computer, I suddenly heard her excitedly exclaim, as if she had discovered a new continent, "Honey! I found it!" I went over to take a look, and there were already hundreds of tiny flies hovering inside the toilet she had opened. The water at the bottom of the toilet, once clear, had turned murky and filthy. We used a bucket to flush the water and then sprayed it with a solution called Toilet Active Kills Germs for washing. Finally, we scrubbed it with a cleaning agent. After more than 3 hours, all the flies retreated, and the room returned to cleanliness. The lessons from these 2 natural phenomena are, flowing water does not stagnate, and a door hinge does not get worms. With both coming and going, peace naturally prevails. A further lesson is, water only stays pure when it keeps flowing, life remains eternal only when it keeps moving. Movement is life, stillness is death. As life comprises 2 parts, the physical body and the spiritual soul, it demands simultaneous movement in both aspects. For the physical body, a person must be active regularly to keep the circulation of qi and blood flowing. This circulation effectively delivers nutrients and oxygen to all parts of the body, keeping the body vibrant. For the spiritual soul, this movement requires continuous thinking without allowing the brain to remain dormant. Similar to water flowing from its source to rivers and oceans for eternal existence, life must connect with the past and envision higher-level life spaces to endure eternally. We often lament someone's rigid thinking, likening them to rigid wood that's difficult to carve. The reason behind this is that they adhere to their own views and confine their thinking within a dead pool of specific doctrines, ideologies, thoughts, or isms. Over time, they unknowingly become rotten and stinky, neither accepting new thoughts, fresh water, nor willing to come out of their closed well to flow into rivers and oceans. As a result, not only does their original purity deteriorate, but they also create many flies, polluting the surrounding air and environment. For instance, major religions consider their own religion as the only true one, branding all others as false. They clutch onto a few scrolls and seek disciples everywhere, advocating the pure nature, eternity, and truth of their dead pool, showing such stubborn bias and ignorance that they are unaware of their own extremity. What future could they possibly have? For example, some scientists believe that only scientific matters are universally applicable truths, and that only science can ultimately save humanity. They prefer to run vigorously on a one-way street, completely ignoring the existence of the non-material world and negative universe. Can they see through everything? For example, The Last Flight. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. A friend of mine, busy buying gifts, ended up running late on the way back and encountered traffic due to another accident. Helplessly, they missed the last flight and were forced to stay at Bangkok Airport in Thailand for a day. During journeys, missing the last mode of transport often happens. Whether it is a bus, a ship, or a plane, there is always one last trip within a day. If missed, one has to wait for several hours, or even days. However, when it comes to life's final flight, missing it means waiting not just for a few days, years, or several decades, but potentially for centuries, millennia, or tens of thousands of years. The saying, "too late for regrets," profoundly resonates with those who've missed life's final flight. During life's journey, it's crucial to be aware of the departure time of the last flight and allocate sufficient time to catch it. To board that last flight, it's better to temporarily let go of less important matters. Avoid spending too much time sightseeing or shopping, to prevent deep regrets. The timing of life's final flight can be calculated through Nostradamus prophecies, Mayan prophecies, the 9-year-old Martian from Russia, descriptions in the Linyan Sutra by Buddha Shakyamuni, and the descriptions in the 3rd chapter of 2 Timothy in the Bible. These can help calculate this time. Below, I've transcribed a passage from 2 Timothy for your reference. I urge you to compare it with the current human society to check if it is worth your reflection. However, you should know that in the last days there will be very difficult times. People will love themselves, love money, boast, be proud, abusive, disobedient to their parents, ungrateful, unholy, without love, unforgiving, slanderous, without self-control, brutal, not lovers of the good, treacherous, rash, conceited, lovers of pleasure rather than lovers of the greatest Creator, having a form of godliness but denying its power. Turn away from such people, always learning but never able to come to a knowledge of the truth. Do not miss life's final flight. Once missed, your wealth, power, and fame will be worthless. Crying out will be in vain. The flight of life will not be delayed because you're a president, CEO, scientist, master, professor, scholar, billionaire, or an engineer of human souls. Do not assume that being kind or poor would allow for changing the date and route of life's flight. Truly just is the last flight of life. Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, credibility, magical art. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Observing human history, it always seems like a tangled mess. Looking at the current state of humanity, it appears as a complete mess. Where do the problems lie? Can we organize this tangled mess and find some order? The universe operates in order, seasons change in a timely manner. Does human society have to remain forever like history, forever like the current state? Must humanity forever repeat its mistakes? Let me first provide definitions for Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rights, wisdom, trust, and art, and then examine the causes behind human history and its current state. Tao, it's the spirit of the greatest creator, to put it simply, the consciousness of the greatest creator. Tao is non-material, belonging to the negative aspect of the universe. It's the force governing the evolution and changes of the universe, representing laws, principles, vitality, and the blood of the universe. Virtue, it's the quality of gods and Buddhas, celestial beings, the thinking quality that strictly conforms to the essence of Tao while aligning with the flow of Tao. Law, it's a way for gods, spirits, Buddhas, and demons to utilize Tao and manifest their respective abilities. Benevolence, it's the internal standard used by sages in human society to restrain themselves and all people to uphold the inner quality of virtue. Righteousness, it's a behavior of noble people and gentlemen. Rituals, it's a method used by rulers to maintain their rule. Wisdom, it's the cleverness and ingenuity acquired by the common people for survival. Trust, it is a mutually binding covenant devised and created to maintain the orderly life of humanity. Magical art, it's a trick played by lower-class individuals in society to highlight themselves through abnormal channels. By analyzing human history and current state from these definitions, when humanity prioritizes Tao, all aspects of human society can operate in order, presenting a state of national peace, favorable weather, natural harmony, and genuine modesty in accommodation. When humanity forsakes Tao but prioritizes virtue, the trend of seeking gods and Buddhas starts to prevail. Waves of religious movements emerge, the mindset of seeking divine blessings becomes increasingly prominent, and religions begin to dominate various social domains. People refrain from arrogance and recklessness, thus maintaining effective societal functioning while preserving harmony between humans and nature. When humanity abandons both Tao and virtue in favor of law, the situation of warlords rising gradually emerges. Inevitable wars and plundering escalate, intensifying the destruction of nature. Humanity plunges into a phase of frenzied development. When humanity esteems benevolence, with Tao and virtue in decline, law can receive appropriate restraints. However, cunning and sophistry begin to prevail. Various doctrines, thoughts, and ideologies proliferate, and humanity gradually loses spirituality, relying more on rationality for survival. When righteousness becomes a trend, numerous political parties, social groups, and civilian factions emerge, intensifying the competition for self-centered interests. Human society becomes restless and unstable. When rituals dominate society, the essence of human nature begins to degrade, and beastly behavior finds its way. Everyone strives vigorously to climb upward, leading to prevalent acts of oppression, slander, false accusations, mutual deception, opportunism, and a surge of deceitful practices. These phenomena proliferate like mushrooms after the rain. When wisdom is promoted as human cleverness, people become excessively shrewd, constantly striving for personal gain, seizing every inch of merit, their hearts and words at odds, lies pervading streets and alleys, faith completely lost, their small minds exceedingly bright while their larger minds are exceedingly foolish. They appear human but resemble ghosts, making it difficult to distinguish between the two, making it hard to differentiate between humans and demons. When credibility is recognized by the masses as the best tool to restrain humanity, constitutions, laws, regulations, and systems multiply, becoming increasingly intricate. Coupled with religious doctrines and ritual constraints, human nature is almost entirely lost. Everyone becomes a cog in society's machinery, struggling and fighting, yet finding it challenging to realize their noble ideals. When magical art takes center stage in society, superstition prevails, the distinction between humans and ghosts becomes blurred. Falsehoods, ugliness, and evil replace truths, beauty, and goodness. People become akin to those under a spell, chaotic, disordered, rendering it almost impossible to find a remedy for humanity. Isn't this the cause of human history and its current state? Close one door, and others will open automatically. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Many movie theaters, auditoriums, conference halls, and such have multiple entrances and exits. After watching a movie, all the doors in the cinema open, but we can only choose one to leave. One person cannot exit through two doors simultaneously. Similarly, one cannot enter through two doors at once. There are 36 doors in the universe, but available for humans, there are only 12. We can only choose one, we cannot simultaneously pick several doors. The 12 doors available for human entry and exit remain open at all times, they never close. We have the power to choose at any moment. However, once we choose one door, the other 11 automatically close. Similarly, when we close one door, the remaining 11 doors open automatically. It's like going to an airport to board a plane. Dozens of planes wait on the tarmac for passengers. We can only choose one, we cannot fly on two or several planes simultaneously. Likewise, a high school graduate who passes the university admission score has dozens of universities to choose from. They can only make selections from the list and ultimately enter one university. They cannot study at several schools simultaneously. The saying, "A man fears choosing the wrong profession, a woman fears marrying the wrong man," implies this philosophy. If we regard Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, rituals, wisdom, credibility, and magical art as doors within the human value system, we also face the issue of choice. Moreover, it's a situation where we can only choose one, unable to possess them all. If we choose Tao, virtue becomes void. If we choose virtue, law is forfeited. If we opt for law, benevolence is sacrificed. If we choose benevolence, righteousness is relinquished. If we prefer righteousness, rituals are forsaken. If we choose rituals, wisdom diminishes. If we opt for wisdom, credibility is forfeited. If we select credibility, magical art is relinquished. Conversely, choosing magical art means no credibility. Choosing credibility means no wisdom. Choosing wisdom means no rituals. Choosing rituals means no righteousness. Choosing righteousness means no benevolence. Choosing benevolence means no law. Choosing law means no virtue. Choosing virtue means no Tao. Regarding this, 99% of people might disagree, thinking Tao, virtue, law, benevolence, righteousness, ritual, wisdom, credibility, and magical art are like 9 dishes on a banquet table, and individuals can freely pick and choose. If one holds this view, he fails to grasp understanding of the contradictory nature among these 9 dishes. Some may believe they can perfectly embody both Tao and virtue, which is impossible. Having Tao would inevitably mean lacking virtue, and possessing virtue would surely mean lacking Tao. If someone claims to have both Tao and virtue, then the Tao they possess must be a facade, a false front. The complexity of human history lies here, and the root cause of human confusion resides here. Please contemplate this on your own. Closing one door automatically opens several others, opening one door automatically closes others. Choosing death, the door to life automatically closes, opening the door to life, the door to death automatically closes. The key is to be clear about which door you are currently in. Once you become a farmer, you have no connection with being a worker. If you become a thief, you cannot become an upright gentleman. If you become a corrupt official, you are no longer a representative of the people. If you become a prostitute, you cannot be called a lady. Many people know which door they are in, and they are aware of the difficulties in their current door. However, they lack the courage to close it, fearing that once closed, there will be no door to enter. In fact, such concerns are unnecessary. There are only 12 doors of life, speaking only in terms of human existence, and there are countless paths in life. Regardless of which path you take, eventually, you will enter one of the 12 doors of life. All roads lead to Rome, but not all roads lead to heaven. Many paths lead to hell. It's time to choose which door to enter. Delaying decisions will only lead to lifelong regrets. Life Echanuan is one such door, primarily leading to the 1,000-year world. Evil kindness. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. The noble die for their confidence. As someone influenced by Confucian culture, I also hold this view of life. While I doubt whether I could die for a confidant, walking the path with those who understand me, sharing joys and sorrows, is what I pursue. Drinking tea, chatting, climbing mountains, traveling with those who understand me always brings a sense of delight. True friends are hard to find in life. Although they say, grass is green everywhere under the sky, in this finite life, if one finds a confidant, discovers a patch of green grass, and fails to cherish it, assuming there's an abundance ahead, they are likely to miss opportunities and regret for a lifetime. If we do not walk with those who understand us, should we stay with those who do not? Repay kindness received with gushing gratitude is a value I adhere to. When someone helped me at a critical time, pulling me out of a predicament, guiding me out of confusion, showing me hope, healing wounds, how could I forget the pain? Repaying kindness is the virtue of a true gentleman. Repaying kindness with enmity is the conduct of a petty person. Before going abroad, I encountered a confidant, who was the CEO of a limited industrial development company that I met after starting my own business. I mentioned his name in the postscript of Life at Chanyuan, saying, meeting you during my journey, receiving your help is like being nourished by the rain. I throw a spiritual beam toward the sky, wishing you a smooth journey ahead. This is my blessing for him and for all the other confidants I've encountered on my life journey. After going abroad, I discovered a massive potential market. In gratitude, I soon wrote to this CEO, informing him about the considerable profits from overseas markets. He was excited and promptly replied, appointing me as the manager of the company's overseas department. Everything was running smoothly for a while. To expedite progress, I made a request to the CEO, I need to rent an office, set up a telephone, and buy a car. Please have the corporate headquarters consider this request. Anyone who has run a company overseas knows that an office, a fax machine, and a car are basic necessities. However, those who haven't traveled abroad might think riding a bicycle or taking public transportation suffices. Stalled. After my request, I received no further response from the CEO. Later, I learned that the hitch occurred due to several vice presidents, the CEO's spouse, and caring friends who concerned about him. Upon learning of my request, they cautioned him, saying, be cautious, do not fall for his tricks. This person is ambitious, he might be a fraud. A great opportunity, capable of bringing the CEO immense wealth, fizzled out, vanished, and miscarried. This happened in the name of kind concern. Later, the increasing success and growth of many Chinese compatriots in this place confirmed my initial judgment. Instead of the kindness and warnings from those around the CEO, if he had taken swift action and seized the opportunity, this industrial company would have evolved into an entirely different entity. Upon pondering this for a long time, I realized the kindness around the CEO was a kind of evil kindness. Evil kindness always presents itself as sincere, considerate, caring, and it's for your own good. Yet, it consistently sets invisible obstacles in the way of others' development, ruining their bright prospects. You must be careful. Be cautious not to fall for it. Always be cautious of others. This person is ambitious, you must be cautious. Allow me to speak frankly, I'm doing this for your own good. Evil kindness not only ruins someone's bright future but can also crush their beliefs, create discord among brothers and sisters, make friends and colleagues turn against each other, cause divorce between spouses, sow hatred between parents and children, lead partners to court, cause the downfall of political parties, dissolve organizations, bring turmoil to nations, and bring disgrace to ethnic groups. Evil kindness is everywhere, always cloaked in kindness, making it hard to guard against. Those with a twisted mind, lacking genuine talent, those with a cunning mind but no substantial intellect, insistent on displaying themselves as frogs at the bottom of a well, and those who cannot argue logically, provide evidence, and thrive on baseless speculation are the breeding grounds of evil kindness. Benevolent Evil. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Once while watching Animal World on TV, I came across a scene, a tall tree with a bird's nest, a big bird cruelly driving away a young bird seemingly not fully feathered from the nest. The young bird, panicked, tried to hide, squeezing back into the nest. The bird mother, seemingly lacking any sympathy for her daughter, flapped her wings, squawked, not letting it take a step back, eventually forcing the young bird to fly away from the tree nest and clumsily spread its wings for the first time. The fledgling bird landed clumsily on the grass, and the big bird promptly flew to a branch not far from it, preening its feathers. But observing the newly liberated young bird, chirping and hopping joyfully on the ground, it seemed to say, "Mom, look, I can fly. I can hop on the ground. Life outside is so much freer and comfortable than in the nest. Look, Mom, I can even catch insects. Oh, the outside world is wonderful." At first glance, the mother bird's act of driving away her offspring seemed evil. Yet, upon seeing the joyful scene of the young bird on the ground, I immediately recognized that the mother bird's seemingly evil actions were, in fact, a form of benevolent evil. Inspired by the big bird, I employed a kind of benevolent evil in raising my own child. Starting at 13, my child took charge of the family's dinner, learned to drive at 14, and began driving to school at 16. I never did tasks he could manage himself. At 16, he competed for the position of the student company's general manager and succeeded. Regarding university, I said he could choose any university in the USA, UK, Australia, or South Africa, except elite schools like Harvard or MIT due to unaffordable tuition fees. Eventually, he researched online, contacted universities, and chose a top-ranked university within the global top 100. At 18, he left home, the nest, went to the US and UK embassies to apply for his visa himself, bought a plane ticket, registered in the USA, found accommodation, opened a bank account, and everything went smoothly. Finally, like the big bird, I drove my child out of the nest. Consequently, just like the young bird landing on the grass, he discovered a broader world and a space of freedom beyond the nest. His academic performance remained outstanding, and he received care and support from various quarters. People who know us envy our obedient and sensible child, but little do they know that I employed an evil educational method. Whether educating children, managing employees, or governing countries, leading people should adopt benevolent evil. Pure kindness ultimately harms oneself and others, only benevolent evil can save both. To those who are ignorant, the most effective approach is to employ a strategy of benevolent evil as they are unresponsive to reason and unmoved even in life-threatening situations. Resorting to a fascist dictatorship is inhumane, leaving us with no option but to employ evil methods. To those who damage nature, those who cause trouble without reason, those who lazily parasitize, and those who are fanatics, the most effective way to rescue them is through a form of benevolent evil. If we spend too much time waiting for them to understand it, it is too late, and humanity will be on the brink of catastrophe. Children who cannot swim insist on bathing in the river, those unfamiliar with electricity want to touch high-voltage wires, those lacking faith insist on freedom, and those unfamiliar with Chinese culture and the human spiritual world insist on advocating private ownership. Is it wise for them to follow their own whims without considering the consequences not only for themselves but also for the future of others and the entire nation? Humanity faces an immense potential disaster. We are standing at the edge of a precipice. It's time to wake up. 98% of people are currently in the nest. Don't you want to fly freely like the young bird? All authoritarian systems are nests. Can there be prospects for those crowded and fussing within these nests for an extended period? All religions are nests. Can there be prospects for those dreaming with closed eyes within these nests for an extended period? Like the big bird, Life Genuine aims to encourage the young birds to leave the nest. Only by flying out of the nest can you understand the benevolent evil of Life Genuine. Soar into the world, and it becomes yours. Remain behind, and it leads to a dead end. Time brings changes in fortune. Xie Feng. February 7, 2007. Translation edited by Qinyu. All things await their opportune moment to act. When it arrives, greenery flourishes, insects take flight, solid ice melts, thunder is born. When the time has not come, no storms brew, flowers lack buds, gold appears as iron, and even geniuses seem mediocre. All things await their moment to act. When it arrives, injustices are revealed, secrets come to light, the scenery changes from fortune to misfortune. When it's not time, the oxen bully the tigers, cats fear mice, diligent studies go unnoticed, exceptional talents seem worthless. Time, geographical advantage, support of people, time takes precedence. Even with remarkable talent and ambition spanning the universe, without favorable timing, one can only sip the northwest wind. Even with a heart of passion, without opportune timing, one's efforts find no outlet. Time brings changes in fortune. Without opportune timing, fortunes do not change. Even with full seeds, they'll lie dormant underground. Even with brilliant minds, they'll reside in obscure places. Even with perfect plans, they'll gather dust. Even with resounding voices, they'll only shout in vain. At the right moment, in the turning of fortunes, the ugly duckling may become a white swan, a cowherd leads 1,000,000 valiant soldiers, a golden phoenix emerges from a mountain nest, and barren lands transform into lucrative markets. Those who bowed their heads lift them high, while those who once held their heads high bow their heads. For some, wealth flows in abundantly, and their career paths are clear. For others, they stumble and face poverty and illness. The heavens have their fortune, nations have theirs, individuals too. If the heavens' fortune falters, so does a nation's, and thus an individual's. If a nation's fortune wanes, it's hard for an individual's fortune to turn. Grass and trees know their seasons, in spring, they thrive. Wise individuals discern opportune moments and create grand achievements in due time. Failing to act when necessary leads to missed opportunities and bad luck. Inappropriately, forcefully, or foolishly acting when one should not turn good fortune into misfortune. Sprouting in winter leads to inevitable demise, budding in autumn leads to fruitlessness, sprouting in spring is opportune. Time is fortune. When time brings change, it might be favorable or adverse, depending on one's perception. Time, ever-changing, constantly seeks auspicious winds and timely rains, seeking prosperity for the nation, peace for the people, and harmony throughout the world. With everyone's well-being, there comes good fortune. In the face of widespread misery, personal good fortune is elusive. Fortune is transformative. Apparent good fortune may be substantial misfortune, and apparent misfortune may be substantial good fortune. If heaven intends to grant people good fortune, it might first befall them with misfortune. If heaven intends to bring misfortune to people, it might bestow apparent good fortune first. Whether it is calamity or fortune, it all depends on one's own perspective. 3 elements constitute fortune: life structure, genes, gestation period, and timing. Life structure determines the broad trajectory of fortune. An egg can only hatch into a chick, not into an eagle. A dragon begets a dragon, a phoenix begets a phoenix, a mouse's offspring dig holes. Wheat cannot grow into corn, ordinary people cannot become geniuses. Not all cowherds can command 1,000,000 soldiers, not all music students become Bach, Beethoven, or Mozart, not all compassionate individuals become Jesus, Buddha, or Muhammad, not all college dropouts become Bill Gates. The transformation of fortune requires a gestation period. 10 months pregnancy leads to 1 day of childbirth, peach trees take 3 years, apricots take 4, and walnut trees need 18 years to bear fruits. Without or insufficient gestation, even with opportune timing, fortune is hard to transform. Inspiration favors the contemplative, opportunities embrace the prepared mind, and miracles do not happen on the desert of the soul. Those who eagerly await good fortune must accumulate the basic materials in that direction. Waiting aimlessly will not bring good fortune. All preparations ready, just waiting for the east wind. Only with complete preparation can one utilize the east wind. Without readiness, even with the wind blowing, the fire cannot burn at Chibi. Similarly, without the wind rising, all prior preparations are meaningless. Therefore, good fortune also depends on timing. The 5th, 9th, 11th, 14th, 16th, 17th, 34th, 53rd, and 56th hexagrams of the Book of Changes primarily discuss cultivating and awaiting the opportune moment, awaiting changes in fortune. The cart travels on the road, the horse runs on the track, people walk on paths, immortals tread immortal paths. Without changing the trajectory of life, a dog remains a dog, and commoners remain commoners. Even when the time comes, it only smooths the trajectory but does not change it. It means that people cannot become immortals. To transition from the trajectory of a human life to that of an immortal, one needs to foster the structure of an immortal life, then step into the immortal path at the opportune moment. Times are changing, take the opportune moment. The era of networking, combined with the consciousness of the new age, acts as a catalyst for transforming one's life fortune. Today, the information we receive in a day surpasses that of an entire year in the past. Old systems are gradually disintegrating, even collapsing. The times create heroes, and the consciousness of the new age shapes higher dimensional lives. When the time comes, seize the opportunity, align with the international system, embrace the lifestyle of the immortals, and in doing so, great fortune awaits. Satan's Bait. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. A friend once shared the art of fishing with me, mentioning the method of using pig feed, vitamins, essential balm, and eggs as bait to lure fish to the hook. The revelation was heart-stopping. Poor fish, how would they know that this tantalizing aroma was nothing but pig feed? How could they comprehend that this bait, disguised as something appealing, spells disaster once consumed? To these fish, the fisherman is the devil. For the devil, these fish are utterly naive. A few simple tricks and they're hooked. In the water, fish only see the fragrant food, oblivious to the devil on the shore. The fish's devil is humans. Then, who is the devil for humans? The mantis hunts the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, the oriole hunts the mantis, unaware of the cobra behind, the cobra hunts the oriole, unaware of the eagle behind, the eagle hunts the cobra, humans behind, humans hunt the eagle, the devil hunts humans, and behind the devil is the greatest creator. All seek immediate gain, ignoring what comes after. Humans fish, and the devil fishes humans. Humans employ all sorts of tricks to lure the fish, the devil uses all sorts of tricks to hook humans. Adding vitamins, essential balm, and eggs to pig feed lures fish to the hook, just as the devil casts money, power, and lust into the human world, luring humans to the hook. The fish do not know it's a human trap, humans do not know it's the devil's scheme. The fish cannot see the person behind the trap, humans cannot see the devil behind the scheme. Ah, fish! Ah, humans! Beware! Life rots and stinks like this. Xiefeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. Today, July 14, 2004, while preparing dinner for my beloved and child, I was frying eggplant and thought of adding some garlic. I fetched a plastic bag containing stored garlic from the storage, opened the bag, and picked a clove. To my surprise, the garlic was darkened, and upon breaking it open, it was rotten. Emptied out all the cloves, not a single one was spared. It's odd. Normally, garlic does not rot for several months, so why did this bag, purchased just a month ago, turn rotten and stinky? Suddenly, I recalled an incident during a summer business trip within the country. After washing my face with a towel in the morning, I absent-mindedly placed the damp towel inside a plastic bag. I forgot to remove it that day, and the next day when I retrieved it to wash my face again, a gentle twist broke it into 2 sections. The reason lay in the fact that the moist towel, in the sweltering heat, confined within the plastic bag without contact with external air, turned stale. The gases of staleness within the plastic bag caused the towel to decay, reducing its strength and elasticity, thus making it easily breakable. Yes, the garlic's rot and stink in the plastic bag resulted from its lack of contact with external air. Ordinarily, garlic is placed in a basket, allowing air circulation, hence it remains unchanged for months. It seems that everything material, when not allowed to circulate with external air, inevitably rots and stinks. If material things are like this, then what about non-material things? If a family only allows internal marriages without intermingling with other families, after several generations, this family will inevitably perish. A nation that does not interact with other nations, confined within a singular cultural circle, will eventually decay. A country that isolates itself, refraining from interactions with other nations, will surely decline. Now, what about an individual? If they do not learn from others, avoid communication, isolate themselves, and keep their mental windows closed, over time, they will inevitably become rigid, stubborn, experience ideological stagnation, leading to decay, stagnation, and eventually death. An individual, a family, a nation, a country, such is the case. What about religious groups? Historically, some disappearing religions have also attributed their decline to self-righteousness and arrogance. It's foreseeable that present religions like Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, etc., if they hold on to an attitude of superiority, refusing to engage in mutual exchange, cutting themselves off contact with the external air, will inevitably rot and stink as well. The question now is, how can human life prevent rot and stench? The human being is composed of 2 parts, a material body and a spiritual soul. If the material body does not engage in exchange with the external elements such as air, water, and energy, it will inevitably decay and emit an unpleasant odor, ultimately leading to death. Similarly, if the spiritual soul does not connect with the divine source of the universe, the greatest creator, the soul will also decay and emit an unpleasant odor, resulting in death. A more intriguing question is, if life on Earth chooses to seal itself off and refuses to engage in spiritual communication and contact with life forms beyond Earth, will it also rot, stink, and eventually die? Seeing without recognizing and the folly of buying the casket and returning the jewel. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Everyone desires to possess treasures, be it rare diamonds or exquisite jade, be it wise mentors and supportive friends or virtuous and beautiful women. It's the intrinsic value that triggers people's longing and pursuit. Among all treasures, the most valuable is the truth that allows life to extend towards higher level space, the spirit of the greatest creator and the pure and kind hearts of humanity. Treasures are everywhere, appearing and hiding at every turn. Why can't we see or find them? It's because we are blind to the jewel. In 1995, our family hired a lady for the first time. This lady, named Rebecca, learned to cook Chinese food in just 3 days. After she tidied up the house, it was sparkling clean, spotless, well organized, and neat. Every day, after my beloved and I returned home from work and the kid came back from school, she stood at the door to welcome us, showing concern and casually taking the kid's school bag and our purchases. It felt like we were reuniting with long-lost relatives. Inside the dining room, a table of not-so-sumptuous yet delectable dishes always awaited us. The day's fatigue dissipated in this warm and harmonious atmosphere. At that time, my residence had no flowers or plants outside. However, since Rebecca arrived, she managed to bring in some exotic plants and flowers. 2 months later, flowers blossomed in front and behind the house, creating a splendid scene. Unfortunately, due to our move, we had to let her go after 6 months. More foolishly, we lost the note with her address. A rare and precious jewel was thus lost. Every time we think of Rebecca, my beloved, and I deeply sigh, regretting immensely. Such a wonderful woman, where else could we find her? I am someone who is blind to the jewel. The gem is right in front of us, but we do not cherish it. Once it's gone from us, it's hard to trace it again. One wrong step causes everlasting regret. Discarding the jewel hurts the heart the most. Who should be blamed when blind to the jewel? Blame no one but your own blindness. Blindness to the jewel not only hinders its discovery but also ensures its eventual loss even if acquired. The story of buying the casket and returning the jewel is due to the people of Zheng State only seeing the gorgeously decorated wooden box but not recognizing the gem inside, leading to a lamentable event spanning ages. The ancients had their foolishness, just as modern individuals can be ignorant. Often encountering bookworms, their memory may be strong, their reasoning abilities not weak, they can eloquently expound on principles, citing references after references. Yet, besides regurgitating some worn-out clichés, there's not a glimmer of wisdom in their discourse. It's not problematic if they lack their own thoughts. However, they insist on using history to shackle and restrict the development of reality, speaking only in traditions and orthodoxy. It's akin to the scholars and Pharisees of Jesus' time. Although Jesus preached the truth, they spouted dogmas, pretending to uphold orthodoxy, vehemently hindering the spread of truth. These individuals are like the people of Zheng State, interested not in the gem within the box but in the gorgeously adorned wooden box containing the gem. The truly invaluable gem lies within people's hearts. If we do not protect the gem in our hearts but blindly pursue the externally decorated wooden box, are we not like the people of Zheng State buying the casket and returning the jewel? Responding to the revelation, finding the way out. Xiefeng. August 16, 2005. Translation edited by Qinyu. A lightning bolt streaks across the expansive sky, accompanied by distant rolling thunder, foretelling an impending storm. On September 11, the towering and sturdy World Trade Center collapsed abruptly, trapping people inside. Ah! If someone had warned those inside the building of its imminent collapse and urged them to evacuate, would they have heeded the advice? Nonsense! How could such a solid world-class building collapse? They might have replied in disbelief. Humans, how much do you understand the mysteries of the universe? How much do you comprehend? Why don't you respond to the revelations? Someone explicitly tells you that he is a messenger of the greatest creator, here to harvest the crops, yet you mock, ridicule, and scorn him. Even when, in humility, he kneels before you as a commoner, begging for your response to the revelations, you continue to mock, ridicule, and scorn him. What kind of person do you need to save you? The immense love of the greatest creator for humanity, the care from God Jesus Christ, and Buddha Shakyamuni for humanity, have been clearly and evidently revealed to you. Do you desire wealth or life? Life or your status, wealth, and reputation? Which is more important? There was a notorious pirate who amassed countless treasures. One day, he was caught. In court, he arrogantly told the judge, "I have countless treasures. I'm willing to give up 1/3 of my wealth to buy my freedom." The judge replied, "You've committed robbery and murder. Your wealth cannot buy your freedom." "Judge, I'm willing to give up all my treasures to save my life. You should know, my wealth is enough for the whole nation to spend for 3 years. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. Don't people love wealth?" The pirate began pleading. The judge resolutely replied, "Debts must be repaid, and life must pay for murder. Your wealth wasn't rightfully earned, it was plundered. The law is not negotiable. I declare that tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon, you will be hanged." The pirate, with tears of regret, lamented, "Had I known that wealth couldn't spare my life, why did I strive so ardently to amass it?" Human laws are not child's play, they cannot be bargained with, let alone the laws of the greatest creator. Don't be stubborn, do not falter, do not retreat midway, do not be captured by demons. Ignite the divine lamp within your heart, seize the moment, transcend the shackles of life and death, reclaim your true nature, discard conventional thinking, advance at superluminal speeds, abandon all possessions, firmly believe in the journey of life. Don't look around, do not heed others' words, do not run with the crowd, do not feel lonely and forsaken. The key to opening the gates of heaven lies in your hands. You need only ponder quietly, listen to the guidance of your inner spirit. Don't wait for torrential rains to build an ark, do not wait for the Titanic to hit an iceberg to search for life jackets, do not wait to see a bombing plane before rushing out of the building. Once everything becomes apparent, it's too late. Your eastern land, due to its vastness, sparse population, and abundant resources, has fallen into a state of excessive greed, rampant killing, widespread falsehoods, and deceitfulness. Many are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Now, I bring the Tripitaka, capable of transcending life and death, to save all beings. Your eastern land, ignoring the Tripitaka Buddha scriptures, your sky is low, your earth thin, your resources scant, and your population dense. You do not believe in gods, Buddhas, despise laws and heaven. Yet you still indulge in excessive greed, rampant killing, widespread falsehoods, and deceitfulness. Many are unfaithful, unfilial, unkind, and unjust. Your eastern land disregards Buddhas and the greatest creators, unaware of how to be human. Ears but deaf, hearts but void, as fragile as paper, as lofty as the sky, spirits desolate, hearts like stones, still stubbornly refusing to heed teachings, superficially humble, but inwardly arrogant. I now call again, hoping for a response to the revelations, a return from the misguided path. If delayed or procrastinated, divine punishment will follow. The vast heavens perceive your hearts, the myriad gods know your names, the sun, moon, and cosmic laws observe your deeds. In the vast expanse of existence, life takes precedence. In the limitless desert, retracing steps leads to the oasis. Every millennium is but a fleeting moment, the righteous path is the only way. Respond to the revelations and find your way out of the maze. Others may doubt, I believe. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qinyu. A friend from Tianjin visited my office the day before yesterday and inquired about matters related to space and time. I asked him why he was interested in such questions. He said, "Not long ago, I had a dream. My grandfather appeared and told me that after using the toilet, he suddenly fainted before standing up, unable to get up. He said he was leaving and urged us to live well while he waited. The next day, my father called from China, saying my grandfather had passed away. He told me my grandfather had collapsed and passed away while using the toilet. I found it quite strange. How could my dream about my grandfather match the actual events? What's going on with time and space?" I asked him if he had watched the Life of Chanyuan section on Chinese soul, and he mentioned that he had seen some of it. However, due to the extensive content, he hadn't watched it all. I responded, "Your grandfather left this physical space and entered another dimension of life. Due to his concern for you, he conveyed his inner thoughts to you through a dream before departing from this space. This is entirely normal. Your elevated spiritual sensitivity allowed you to connect with your grandfather's thoughts. There's nothing mysterious about it." Taking the opportunity, I asked, "Do you believe in the immortality of the soul and in the existence of other dimensions of life apart from our current space?" He replied, "While others may doubt, I believe." Belief, such a mysterious and profound word. Peter, a disciple of Jesus, walked on water because of belief, but almost drowned when he saw the wind and waves and lost belief. Those with belief are blessed, those without belief are miserable. Those with belief have roots, those without belief are like floating duckweeds. Those with belief know how to navigate life, those without belief randomly fly like headless flies. Those with belief are humble, those without belief are arrogant. Those with belief have a bright future, those without belief have a bleak one. What to believe in? Believe in facts, believe in what you see, hear, and experience. Whom to believe in? Believe in Jesus, Buddha, Muhammad, Laozi, and the sages. What to believe in? Believe in the negative universe information sensed by your spiritual perception. Whom to believe in? Believe in the greatest creator. Many people doubt everything, do not believe in anything, lack faith in themselves, and have no confidence. Some start with belief but, swayed by phenomena and others' opinions, lose faith even in facts. They cannot sustain their faith, vacillating between belief and doubt until they believe in nothing. Some seem to believe but harbor doubts, so when confronted with storms, they lose their foothold and are devoured by demons. Some people's faith is mere lip service, steering with the wind, changing with their immediate self-interest. In reality, their hearts lack genuine belief. Today, they believe when it's advantageous, and tomorrow, they do not when it's not. How can one live without faith? What is the purpose of such a life? Where is it headed? Job in the Bible is an exemplar of faith, Apostle Paul is an exemplar of faith, and several bodhisattvas in Buddhism have also set examples of faith for us. Many believers in Islam are also exemplars of faith. Without faith, one cannot stand firm. I said to my friend, your dream aligning with reality can be considered a revelation. While the world may harbor doubts, you cannot afford to. Doubting would betray your grandfather's wishes and the revelation. In the end, my friend reiterated, while others may harbor doubts, I remain steadfast in my belief. Friend, do you also believe? Shocking thunderclap in silence. Xiefeng. August 16, 2005. Translation edited by Qinyu. That was a day on the Christmas of the previous year. I was driving a van, transporting 8 employees from my store to a fast food restaurant and bar I owned, about 10 kilometers away, to celebrate Christmas. Just as we pulled up to the entrance of the bar, we heard a clack sound, and the left front wheel dropped, tilting the vehicle to the left. Quickly checking, I discovered the axle supporting the left wheel had completely snapped. After a week, I had the car towed to Sadie Motor for repairs. The shop owner, holding the fractured axle, asked me, why didn't the car overturn? I replied, the axle broke only as the car came to a stop, that's why it didn't overturn. That British gentleman sighed, saying, a miracle, the greatest creator's protection. In such a situation, the car should have flipped, causing injuries. How did it break only after the car stopped? He then pointed at the fracture and explained, this axle began breaking at least half a year ago. It didn't snap suddenly but deteriorated bit by bit. Its complete fracture was inevitable, it should have happened during driving. You're very lucky. Initially, I didn't care for the analysis, but after hearing his explanation, I felt terrified. I usually drive fast. If the axle had snapped during high-speed driving, not only would everyone in the car have been in danger, but other vehicles around might also have faced disaster. That was close. The axle had been gradually breaking for months, yet I remained oblivious. Thunder lurked in silence, disasters hid within calm waters. Unseen perils surfaced unnoticed amid the excitement and joy. How can one prevent such occurrences? Since then, I have started contemplating the latent crises within nature. Earthquakes, typhoons, volcanic eruptions, tornadoes, plagues, wars, floods, landslides, droughts, pestilence, sandstorms, accidents, plane crashes, collapsed walls, dam breaches, land subsidence, strokes, sudden power outages, water stoppages, social unrest, riots, and other unforeseen calamities, all exhibit early signs of axle fractures. People typically care about results or consequences, rarely focusing on the gradual axle deterioration leading up to them. People often live in regret, never considering early checks and preventive measures. Furthermore, since axial fractures happen gradually and invisibly, they are easily overlooked. Even if someone predicts a disaster in advance, not many believe it. This guy's exaggerating, talking nonsense, or has ulterior motives. What's the solution? Think about Noah building his ark on the mountaintop. How many ridiculed and mocked him? Currently, Life Genuine has faced and will continue to face ridicule, mockery, and cold indifference from many. Among all these axial fractures, my focus is on the fate and future of humanity. It seems that the greatest creator, God Jesus, and Buddha Shakyamuni have particularly favored me, granting me the key to unlock the treasury of wisdom and authority to establish Life Genuine, bestowing upon me the honor of harvesting crops. People, I know you will not easily believe me. In Jesus' era, how many truly believed in Jesus? How many truly believed in Buddha Shakyamuni? How many truly understood Muhammad and Laozi? Many talk about the greatest creator, Allah, the ancestor of Buddha, Emperor Shakra, the heavens, or the divine, but how many genuinely follow them? Many speak of, Tao manifests itself in nature. What is nature? Do you understand? Some claim that Xiafeng is creating the greatest creator, that he aspires to be its spokesperson. Oh, ignorant ones, can the greatest creator be created? Is Xiafeng's The Chapter of the Greatest Creator, creating the greatest creator? Who in human history has explained the greatest creator as comprehensively as The Chapter of the Greatest Creator? Thunder in silence exists. If you don't believe it, just wait and see. But I'll caution everyone in advance, do not come running later, shouting, greatest creator, now I believe, after the axle breaks. By then, it'll be too late, and no one can save you. The greatest creator's judgment of humanity occurs at all times and in all places. Xiafeng. Translation edited by Qinyu. All major religions mention Judgment Day, or the judgment by the King of Hell in the Netherworld. However, after exploring the 36-dimensional spaces, I haven't discovered a designated place for judgment. The greatest creator has never assigned a fixed date for a collective or individual judgment of humanity. So, how did this notion of a judgment day originate? One reason could be a mistaken understanding of divine teachings. Those who recorded the words of gods or Buddhas might have misinterpreted the meanings or added their own cleverness and wisdom when translating the divine words. The other reason is that people mainly focus on outcomes, neglecting the processes that lead to them. People see death as life's conclusion, ignoring the process itself. Consequently, they believe that death marks life's end, and after death, souls face a final judgment. Such beliefs are erroneous. The concept of Judgment Day blasphemes the greatest creator, confuses humanity, and exacerbates life's hardships and misfortunes. It's a kind of magical power, a spell, a barrier and hindrance placed within human consciousness. The greatest creator's judgment and selection of humanity, both collectively and individually, occur anytime, anywhere. There is not a final judgment, it's immediate, executed by Tao rather than by gods, Buddhas, or any celestial beings. How does Tao judge people? Up to this point, I've outlined in other articles what Tao is. In the Bible, it says, Tao is the greatest creator. However, there's a meaning not yet revealed, the greatest creator is not Tao. Tao is the greatest creator. The greatest creator is not Tao. How to understand this? Mao Zedong thought is Mao Zedong, but Mao Zedong is not Mao Zedong thought. Wang Mazi's consciousness is Wang Mazi, but Wang Mazi is not consciousness. China's laws represent China, but China is not its laws. Tao manifests itself in nature means Tao follows the will of the greatest creator. The will of the greatest creator corresponds to the spirit of the greatest creator. Tao and the spirit of the greatest creator are synonymous. Although the meaning of Tao is vast and profound, in this context, Tao is specifically defined as the spiritual law that upholds the orderly functioning of the universe and the cycle of life. Although the Diamond Sutra may not explicitly expound on the concept of Tao, those of superior wisdom who comprehend the sutra would undoubtedly understand that what Shakyamuni Buddha repeatedly elucidates is essentially Tao. All phenomena are illusory. The Dharma cannot be grasped, expressed, nor is it truly Dharma or non-Dharma. What is referred to as the Buddha's Dharma is, in reality, not the Buddha's Dharma. The Dharma is neither real nor unreal. The Dharma is equality, without high or low. Regarding the Dharma, there is no notion of extinction. That which is referred to as the appearance of the Dharma is, in fact, not the appearance of the Dharma. This is called the appearance of the Dharma. All sages are differentiated by the Dharma of non-attachment. If we purely understand Tao as the greatest creator's law, it might lead us to liken the greatest creator's law to the country's laws. It's easy to regard the greatest creator's law as dead dogma. The laws of the greatest creator, Tao, cannot be fully explained in words. Why? Because the greatest creator's law is spiritual, alive. Laozi and Buddha earnestly imparted to us this layer of meaning regarding Tao. Now we understand, Tao is the spiritual law that sustains the orderly operation of the universe and the cycle of life. So, let's see how Tao judge humanity, both collectively and individually, at any time, in any place. When Chinese people cook, it's inevitable that frying and cooking will lead to the accumulation of grease around the kitchen walls and ceilings. We have to ask whether this layer of grease formed all at once or gradually built up with each instance of frying and cooking. Look inside a smoker's teeth, they turn dark due to smoking. When did this discoloration occur? Not after one cigarette, right? It's the accumulation of repeated smoking. When someone suffers a sudden heart attack or stroke, is it caused by a single instance of low vitality or inadequate blood supply, or an immediate surge of heart fire? Unlikely. Was the sudden earthquake in Tangshan the result of a single tectonic shift? Does the emergence of a dust storm result merely from pulling out a few blades of grass or cutting down a few trees? When someone is abruptly elevated to a central government position, is it purely coincidental? When someone unexpectedly gets a chance to study abroad, is it solely an opportunity? When someone dies in a car accident, is it just misfortune? Aren't there accumulations of various factors behind these events? 10 years to nurture trees, 100 years to cultivate individuals, gathering streams to form rivers, accumulating grievances to lead to disasters. If one consumes 9 steamed buns, does it mean only the 9th bun satisfies hunger, while the preceding 8 are wasted? Is poverty the fault of the heavens? Does it not have its own causes and consequences? Is it unfairness of the greatest creator? When a billionaire is suddenly assassinated, does it lack causes and consequences? Is it the injustice of the heavens? Without the accumulation of quantity, there can be no qualitative transformation. Without personal effort and dedication, there can be no happy life. Without profound contemplation, wisdom is unattainable. Without the manifestation of love, the spirit will not descend. Without spiritual living, one can never enter the higher realms of life. Enumerating the above simple truths, I want to illustrate that the judgment of Tao on humanity, punishment and reward, is happening at all times and everywhere. When thirsty, drink some water to solve the problem immediately. When in need to urinate, release it promptly to make the body comfortable right away. In an instant, there is eternity. Understanding that the judgment of Tao, reward and punishment, is immediate, accurate, impartial, and intangible, a life of wisdom should be lived like this, regardless of the circumstances, rich or poor, influential or powerless, renowned or scorned by others. The key is to pay attention to one's next action. Avoid punishments from Tao and strive to receive rewards. Specifically, first, believe in the greatest creator and hold gratitude in your heart. Second, listen to the teachings of gods and Buddhas, do not dismiss them as superstition. The teachings of gods and Buddhas are treasures of wisdom and the guidebook of life, absolutely devoid of any malice. When tempted to engage in corruption, remember that Tao is present. Tao wields a knife in one hand and holds the gem of life in the other. If you engage in corruption, the knife will be at your throat. If you resist corruption, Tao will embed the gem of life in the non-material structure of your life. Likewise, when you have trash in your hands, do you casually throw it on the street, or do you take a few extra steps to put it in the trash bin? When seeking revenge, do you continue to retaliate and harm others, or do you forgive and show mercy? When encountering a prostitute, do you engage in promiscuity, or do you go home to your spouse? When presented with a bargain, do you scheme to take advantage, or do you live an honest life? At the entrance of a casino, do you go in and gamble, or do you turn and leave? When a brother or sister is in trouble, do you do your best to help, or do you abandon them? When faced with conflicting interests, do you compete, or do you yield? When you see the nation on the verge of collapse, do you actively strive to turn the tide, or do you act opportunistically and add fuel to the fire? Sow thorns, and they will obstruct your path. Plant willows, and you will not taste apples. Reap what you sow, gourds from gourd seeds, beans from bean seeds. Divine punishments, though slow, are always sure, with big meshes, yet letting nothing slip through the law of cause and effect is precise to the smallest detail. Human management often leads to numerous mistakes due to insufficient wisdom and spiritual flaws, whereas the operation of Tao never errs. The greatest reward by following Tao is the evolution of your life's non-material structure towards a higher level of life. Understanding this principle, even if someone were to offer us all the treasures in the world, we would remain unmoved. Ascending to this level of life allows one to act effortlessly and tread the path of life smoothly. Tao is judging us at all times and in all places. Let us follow Tao. Fragrances will attract butterflies to flowers and pure hearts will be frequented by celestial beings. Xie Feng. Translation edited by Qin Yu. Foreign dignitaries visiting often opt for stays in 5-star hotels, never considering ordinary roadside inns. Recluses choose picturesque mountains and rivers as their places of cultivation, avoiding desolate and barren lands. Virtuous ministers select noble leaders to serve, while birds choose worthy trees for their nests. Harlots attract promiscuous men, and debauches specialize in tempting women seeking extramarital affairs. Gamblers revel in murky, obscure environments, while sages prefer abodes with serene and fresh air. The environment not only shapes species but is also shaped by them, just as filthy places attract flies, while blooming flowers welcome bees and butterflies. Planting different trees attracts different birds. People who browse the internet daily tend to favor websites that suit their temperament and personality, occasionally visiting other sites. Birds of a feather flock together, and individuals group based on shared interests. Scammers and thieves find it easy to communicate with each other, while sages seek companions with kindred spirits. In the eyes of lovers, beauty lies in the beholder, while evildoers may perceive others as troublemakers. Tyrants often surround themselves with sycophants. In the heart of enlightened beings, there are few living souls in the mundane world. A phoenix avoids barren lands, enlightened souls do not consort with common folk. Rain avoids deserts, peonies do not grow in the Gobi Desert. These are common sense not needing exhaustive illustration. To those who have entered life a genuine, I wish to convey, a pure heart attracts celestial beings. Consider this, when in a chaotic place, overwhelmed by countless tasks, it's hard to deeply contemplate a single matter or write a valuable article. Only in tranquility, free from desire, does the mind become sharp and clear, writing effortlessly, a state called, when the mind is calm, ideas flow naturally. A tangled mess is distressing for anyone who encounters it. In a society with disorder, it is difficult to establish a positive moral atmosphere. Noise is irritating, music brings joy, orderly lines are soothing, and the chaotic arrangement of structures in a painting disrupts one's thoughts. Higher quality life tends to favor order, while lower quality life leans toward chaos. Saints and sages would never guide people towards rebellion, rioting, plunder, or bloodshed. Those with distorted mindsets eagerly anticipate chaos in the world, hoping for frequent government overthrows, thinking, why isn't the world in chaos yet? Chaos is good. Amidst the chaos, one can fish in troubled waters and seize power. The virtuous individuals who enter the Life-a-Genuine community appreciate order and abhor violence and plunder. Even amid a storm, they remain as the wind blows, the mountain stands still, leaves fall, silently. This is not a matter of moral quality but rather a question of life quality. Disorder ravages life. If scorching sun today, biting cold tomorrow, morning serene, afternoon a deluge, month after month, year after year, can there still be traces of life on this earth? If a person's emotions fluctuate unpredictably, desiring to engage in business today, aspiring for politics tomorrow, thinking of marrying Xiao Wang in the morning, and wanting to wed De Lu in the afternoon, month after month, year after year, can they still lead a long life? So, what does "a pure heart attracts celestial beings" mean? A pure heart signifies a state of tranquility and order within the mind. In this state, the heart resembles a babbling brook, a field adorned with blooming flowers, a serene and elegant garden, towering in overlapping mountain ranges, a tranquil lake with rippling waves, a blue sky with drifting clouds, and the vast expanse of the starry night sky. When the heart resides in such a state, life thrives, divine blessings abound, and celestial beings visit. How to achieve purity of heart? In the intermediate stages of cultivation, I discussed that a heart harboring evil thoughts is impure, a deluded and fantasizing mind is impure, an incessantly greedy heart is impure, seeking undue advantage taints the heart, deceitful behavior soils the heart, speaking nonsense stains the heart, insulting gods and Buddhas clouds the heart, disrespecting parents darkens the heart, engaging in conflict, killing, and robbery contaminates the heart, ambiguous thoughts obscure the heart, and impure body defiles the heart, a dirty and disorderly living space pollutes the heart, deception, fraud, and manipulation sully the heart, lacking compassion stains the heart, ignorance and irrationality darken the heart, and blasphemy against the greatest Creator stains the heart. A purified state of mind is the realm of celestial beings. Achieving this state naturally attracts the presence of celestial beings for spiritual guidance. A pure heart attracts celestial beings. The words spoken by Jesus, Buddha Shakyamuni, and Laozi all emanate from a pure state of mind. Attaining purity of heart enables one to tap into the wisdom of Buddhas and celestial beings. Understanding the teachings of Jesus, Buddha, and Laozi becomes as effortless as turning one's hand because, as the saying goes, fragrances attract butterflies to flowers, and pure hearts are frequented by celestial beings. When powerless, seek external help. Xie Feng. May 30th, 2021. Translation edited by Chinyo. The tender branches of the rose bushes in front of the guest rooms have grown to a length of 2 inches, while those by the roadside are just starting to sprout. Why? I had always thought it was due to temperature. The rose bushes in front of the guest rooms are sheltered from the wind, resulting in slightly higher temperatures, while those by the roadside are constantly exposed to the wind, leading to lower temperatures. This morning, when I finally got around to clearing the weeds next to the roadside rose bushes, I realized it should have been done earlier. As I cleared the weeds, I discovered that their roots had deeply penetrated the rose bushes, particularly a type of weed resembling alfalfa, which had grown vigorously, with roots extending more than 3 inches and a well-developed root system. Along with other grasses, they not only tightly wrapped around the rose bushes but also made the soil extremely compact and impermeable. It turns out that the weak growth of the roadside rose bushes was mainly caused by the weeds, not the temperature. I cleared the weeds around the rose bushes in front of the guest rooms more than 20 days ago and loosened the soil, resulting in vigorous growth. However, due to the failure to timely clear the weeds, the roadside rose bushes lacked energy, and their growth was weak. While clearing the weeds around the rose bushes, I realized a truth: if there is no powerful external force to help the rose bushes remove the weeds competing for energy, although the rose bushes will not die, their growth will definitely be weak, and they probably won't even produce a few bright flowers. The revelation is, when powerless, seek external help. Many people in the world are like the rose bushes by the roadside, trapped in difficulties. Without the intervention and assistance of external forces, they will never be able to escape their predicament. The outcome is like that of the 6-member young Galen family who committed suicide. Even though many people continue to struggle to survive in difficult circumstances, they live without dignity, confidence, hope, or joy. So, where does external help come from? There are many factors that constitute external help, but the most fundamental and effective one is the greatest creator. For example, for the rose bushes I nurture, the only reliable external help is me because I am the one nurturing and caring for them. Similarly, as human beings are created by the greatest creator is looking after them. They rely on the greatest creator, their ancestor, just as the rose bushes can only rely on me, their caretaker. When we find ourselves in difficulties, instead of praying for other external forces to help us overcome them, we should rely on the greatest creator. Whether the greatest creator sends a small boat, a speedboat, an airplane, or mobilizes other more powerful people or factors to help us out of difficulties, it is all part of the arrangement of the Tao. 0. Revelation of 0 degree. Xiefeng. March 4, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Living in the northern part of Canada, there's a particular sensitivity to 0 degrees. If the temperature remains at or below 0 degrees Celsius, the snow won't melt. But once the temperature exceeds 0 degrees, even reaching just 1 degree above zero, the melting of ice and snow begins. 0 degrees is a turning point. Below zero is solid, while above zero is liquid. I have a cold storage room where the temperature is maintained at 2 to 4 degrees Celsius. This helps prevent food from rotting and being damaged by freezing. However, whenever the outdoor temperature drops to over -30 degrees Celsius, if I'm not careful, the temperature in the cold storage room can drop below zero. Once it reaches 0 degrees Celsius or below, most of the preserved vegetables will freeze and become inedible. 0 degrees is a sign of life or death, above zero means life, below zero is death. In physics, there's a term called the critical point, which is the point at which a qualitative change occurs in a substance. Similarly, in the realm of the mind and psychology, there's also a critical point. For example, when you insult or criticize someone, once your insults, criticisms, or accusations exceed the recipient's threshold, they will become angry, even violent. When mental pressure exceeds the threshold one can bear, a person may become depressed or even contemplate suicide. Once the development of something surpasses the critical point, 0 degrees, a qualitative change occurs. When an animal's consciousness surpasses the critical point, it becomes human. When a human's consciousness surpasses the critical point, they either become like animals or become immortals or Buddhas. This insight into 0 degrees reveals a law. Regardless of how many years one practices cultivation, if the perfection and transformation of life have not exceeded the critical point, they won't see any qualitative change. Even after tens of thousands of years of cultivation, if one's life evolution remains below the critical point, they will still be the same person. They won't become immortals or Buddhas. Therefore, many cultivators give up halfway because they can't see any results after years of cultivation, feeling discouraged and lost, and they stop practicing. The fundamental reason is that they haven't exceeded the critical point. Perhaps they were just one step away from it, but unfortunately, they didn't persevere, which is regrettable. Fruits fall off when ripe. If the stem doesn't fall, it's because the fruit is still growing. As long as the fruit is still growing, it's not considered ripe, and it hasn't surpassed the critical point. As long as the fruit isn't ripe and hasn't exceeded the critical point, the stem won't fall. Once the fruit ripens, the stem will surely fall. All things hover around the 0 degree point, sometimes below zero, sometimes above zero, constituting the cycle of life and death. If it remains below zero, it's dead. If it stays above zero, it's alive. If it perpetually remains above zero, it lives forever in paradise. Why does the greatest creator reside in the world of 0 degrees? Because the greatest creator is the pivot and origin of all movement and change. All transformations in the nature of life must pass through the greatest creator, the 0 degree point. Without passing through the greatest creator, the nature of life cannot undergo any changes. This is why we must reverence the greatest creator and follow the path of the greatest creator. Pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron is the lowest cost path to immortal cultivation. Xie Feng. September 10, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Recently, I received an insight. The cold storage door at the headquarters of Life Echanuan in Canada was difficult to open and close. It seemed that the ground was rising. With every rise, it blocked the door's movement. So, I filed the bricks on the ground multiple times. Each filing made the door slightly easier to open, although it still remained stiff. I even decided to call in professionals from a refrigeration company to address the issue. Not long ago, my son came to my place. I explained the problem with the cold storage door to him and asked if he could solve it. After carefully observing the situation, he proceeded to inspect the basement. He proposed two solutions. One was to remove all the floor tiles under the cold storage door and lower the height of the wooden boards underneath, while the other was to address the humidity problem in the basement. He found that the reason the floor tiles under the cold storage door had risen was due to excessive basement humidity. This humidity caused the wood beneath the tiles to swell. When I asked which solution could permanently solve the problem, he said it would be best to address the root cause by thoroughly resolving the high humidity in the basement, otherwise, the problem would persist in the long term. It's worth noting here that the Life Echanuan headquarters in Canada is constructed entirely of wood. Now that the root of the problem was identified and removing the firewood from under the cauldron was the best solution to permanently resolve the issue, I decided to eliminate the high humidity in the basement. So, I sent my son to town to buy a dehumidifier. After the dehumidifier ran for 24 hours, the cold storage door became much easier to operate. 3 days later, the cold storage door was opening and closing smoothly. The phenomenon with the cold storage door led to an insight. Pulling out the firewood from under the cauldron is the lowest cost path to solving problems. For example, in various marital difficulties, these problems have persisted for thousands of years without resolution, despite attempts to address them through moral, ethical, social, or emotional teachings and constraints. In such cases, the most cost-effective way to eliminate marital problems is simply not to get married. As the saying goes, it is easy to have good relationships with everyone if we do not ask any favor from them. I would not care about the price of wine if I did not drink it. I don't drink, therefore, whether a bottle of Mao Tai sells for 300 or 30,000, I couldn't care less. Similarly, if someone feels that being a civil servant is restrictive and leads to poor relationships, the best way to address this annoyance is not to become a civil servant but to start a business. Likewise, if someone feels that the United States is not good or safe, the solution is simple: leave the United States. If a company is plagued with numerous problems and the common people are struggling, the best way to address this issue is not to establish various regulations and legal provisions, nor is it to rely on moral teachings and various expert opinions to deceive people, and certainly not to increase punishment and fire more people. Instead, it is to directly replace the leader. History has proven that the leader is the core guarantee of the people's happiness and social stability. If this core is not functioning, replacing it will lead to a complete transformation, at the lowest cost. So, what is the lowest cost path to becoming celestial beings? The answer is, eliminating selfishness and ego. Without removing selfish desires and ego attachment, the path to becoming celestial beings becomes unreachable. The path of genius. CFN. September 12, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Elon Musk is undoubtedly a genius. Had Elon Musk remained in South Africa, would he have attained his current achievements? Unlikely, as South Africa lacks the nurturing environment necessary for such genius to thrive. Suppose Elon Musk were Chinese and lived in China. Would he dare to propose plans like colonizing Mars and creating the Starlink project? No, he wouldn't. At this point, he might have already been confined to a mental institution. The fact tells us that geniuses exist everywhere, but without the right environment and nurturing soil for growth, all geniuses will become waste. Therefore, finding the suitable soil and environment for one's growth is the primary choice on the path of genius. Christopher Columbus, who is credited with discovering the New World, was undoubtedly also a genius. Suppose Columbus's wife were still alive at the time. Would Columbus still dare to venture out to sea? The responsibility of providing for the family alone is demanding. How could one then find the time or inclination to embark on a perilous voyage? Additionally, supposing his wife possessed a narrow-minded and jealous nature. Would she agree to his maritime adventures? She might ask, "Don't you love me anymore? Are you already planning to abandon me for another woman? How will I and the children survive if you don't return?" No. Absolutely not, I refuse to let you go on a sea expedition. An unreasonable wife might assert, "As long as I'm alive, you'll remain at home and not go anywhere." I firmly believe that marriage and family bury half of the world's geniuses. Therefore, the second rule on the path of genius is not to be bound by trivial matters and mundane people. Hua Tuo, Li Shizhen, Bian Ke, Sun Simiao, Zhang Zhongjing, and others are undoubtedly medical geniuses. Suppose these famous doctors lived in today's China. They would be considered quacks. They would have either been detained on charges of practicing medicine without a license or forced to give up their medical practice. This means that for geniuses to fully utilize their innate talents, the timing of birth and growth must be appropriate, as even exotic flowers cannot survive in winter. In summary, soil, environment, freedom, and fortune are the path of genius, and none of these four elements can be lacking. This suggests that for every 10 geniuses, 9 go unrecognized or wasted. Without the appropriate soil and environment, geniuses will perish. Without a free living environment, geniuses cannot fulfill their ambitions, and unfavorable timing of birth and growth will suppress and oppress geniuses. People who can become celestial beings or Buddhas must be geniuses, otherwise, how could they possess such high spirituality and perseverance? Since only geniuses can become celestial beings or Buddhas, the path to becoming a celestial being or a Buddha must also follow the path of genius, which includes suitable soil and environment, freedom to express one's personality and talents, and opportune timing. Therefore, to become a celestial being or Buddha, one must first seek and choose the soil and environment that can lead to celestial being and Buddha. Secondly, one must break free from all constraints on one's freedom. As for fortune, it is something beyond one's control, one can only leave it to fate. The Revelation of the Door Gap. CFN. December 21, 2022. Translation edited by Chinyo. Is there a gap between the door and the door frame? Even if the door fits snugly into the frame, there will still be a gap. When the temperature inside and outside the room is not significantly different, standing inside by the door, one may not feel any gap at all. However, when there is a substantial temperature difference between the inside and outside, standing by the door inside, one can feel the biting cold wind rushing in through the gap like a powerful stream of air. With the outside temperature below -30 degrees Celsius and the inside temperature around 15 to 16 degrees Celsius, even though there is no wind blowing outside, the huge temperature difference between inside and outside causes the cold air outside to rush in through the door gap like a hurricane. A pinhole-sized hole is not noticeable most of the time, but when there is a significant temperature difference between inside and outside, one can feel a continuous jet of cold air entering through the pinhole. This gives us some insight. Even between two people who are very close, there are still gaps. When the demands of two people are significant and cannot be satisfied by each other, cold air will enter through the gap. This is probably the fundamental reason why extramarital affairs continue to occur, let alone when the relationship between two people is not very intimate. The same applies to relationships between friends. When the temperature difference between them is not significant, friends can support each other through thick and thin. However, once the temperature difference increases, betrayal becomes inevitable. From this, we can draw a conclusion. In all relationships, whether between nations, individuals, or between humans and society or nature, harmony will prevail only by maintaining a balance of temperature between each other. Once the balance is disrupted, conflicts and disputes will arise. The greater the temperature difference, the greater the destructive power and severity of disasters. For example, in a husband-wife relationship, if both partners have similar abilities and there are no significant income disparities, the relationship is generally stable. However, once one party's abilities and income far exceed the others, there will be significant gaps in the marital relationship, and divorce may occur at any time when conditions are ripe. Similarly, in the relationships between nations, why are the relations between countries like the United States, the United Kingdom, Australia, New Zealand, and Canada relatively close and strong? While countries like China, Russia, Iran, North Korea, Cuba, and Venezuela can come together in special circumstances. The reason is that the temperature difference between them is not significant. Once the temperature difference is stark, cold wars and hot wars become inevitable. This further suggests that to maintain harmonious and intimate relationships with others, the first step is to maintain a basic balance of temperature between each other. For peace and prosperity in the world, countries need to interact with each other and avoid isolationism. To prevent extreme cold, heat waves, droughts, and floods in nature, humans must maintain a balance with nature, and human exploitation of nature must not exceed the limits it can bear. Once exceeded, extreme heat, extreme cold, droughts, floods, and various viruses will emerge and wreak havoc. The higher the aspiration, the wider the path. Xie Feng. October 20th, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. In places where competition is fierce, survival conditions become harsher, and relationships between people become more tense, making the acquisition of survival resources more brutal. The simpler and easier the pathway to obtain survival resources, the more intense the competition becomes. For a job that anyone can do, the more sought after it becomes, the fiercer the competition. For a job that only 1 in 10 people can do, the competition is relatively less fierce. Then, for a job that only 1 in 100, 1,000, 1,000,000, or 1,000,000,000 people can do, we find that the fewer people who can do it, the less competitive it is because there are not many people competing with oneself. For example, a surface coal mining company recruiting miners will attract many applicants. However, the Mariana Trench Exploration Company, due to the high difficulty involved, would likely struggle to find more than a few suitable candidates worldwide. A government unit recruiting civil servants, hiring 10 of them, may attract hundreds or thousands of applicants, making the competition fierce. But if Elon Musk is recruiting someone capable of controlling the global nuclear weapons button to prevent nuclear-armed countries from launching nuclear weapons, probably only very few people can be found in the world at present. In 1997, I went to the Harare labor market to recruit a male flower worker and a female worker for laundry, cleaning, and hygiene. When the car arrived at the market, before I could even get out of the car, many people surrounded it. There were many people who wanted to do flower work and household chores. Later, when I went to the market to recruit shop assistants, the situation was the same. Then, when I opened a bar and tried to recruit a bartender, there were very few suitable candidates. Later, when I opened a nightclub and tried to recruit a DJ mixer, I couldn't find one. I had to hire a GJ mixer instead. From this, we discovered a small secret, which is that if you want to find a job with low competition and high income in society, you must have special talents and be different from others. Without putting in effort and undergoing rigorous training during our upbringing, we can only compete with many others for our livelihood. This involves the question of the meaning of life, that is, from an early age, we must consider what kind of work or career to engage in. Each person has 24 hours a day, and where we allocate our time and energy is a major factor in whether we will be happy or not in our lives. Now, there are thousands of job types in front of us. Which one will you choose? For example, shining shoes, making shoes, repairing shoes, herding sheep, herding horses, farming, gardening, being a shop assistant, a police officer, a taxi driver, a delivery person, a grocery store manager, a restaurant owner, a teacher, a civil servant, a worker, a soldier, a workshop technician, an engineer, a professor, a painter, a doctor, a lawyer, a judge, a musician, a performer, an entrepreneur, a writer, and so on. We find that the faster the income comes, the simpler and more accessible the job is, and the more people can do it, the more intense the competition will be. For example, shining shoes on the street can bring income on the same day, working as a laborer, a teacher, or a civil servant can bring income in the same month, and farming and gardening can bring income in the same season. However, to become a professor, an engineer, or an entrepreneur, requires upfront investment, effort, and more investment. In conclusion, to avoid fierce competition and maximize income, one must first invest. The longer the investment period, the fewer competitors there will be, and the greater the benefits will be. At this point, we find that due to the need for survival or the pressure of survival, most people have given up investing and turned to seeking quick profits. They go where they can make money quickly and engage in work that can bring immediate gains. As a result, the number of elite individuals in all walks of life is decreasing, while outstanding individuals are becoming fewer and fewer, and the number of ordinary people is increasing. Everyone is familiar with the story of Mencius' mother moving 3 times. Why did Mencius' mother move 3 times? It was actually for her son's aspiration. In the end, because of his high aspirations, Mencius became a great thinker who has been passed down through the ages. The higher the aspiration, the more one must endure long-term solitary struggles. One must endure rigorous training and withstand the temptations of money, power, fame, and beauty. Additionally, one must persevere in focusing one's mind and spirit on one's ideals. Finally, one must invest one's time and energy in one's own career. Do not be hasty for quick success. Those who are hasty for quick success will never become outstanding figures. So, what is the highest aspiration? Whether it is herding sheep, shining shoes, farming, or becoming a professor, a doctor, or a financier, the ultimate result is death. It's considered good to live safely until the age of 70 or 80. Thinking about life's brevity, tossing around, and eventually becoming a handful of ashes in a bone ash box, thinking of such an end, all hopes are dashed. Therefore, we find that becoming a celestial being is the highest aspiration in life. Not only can one enjoy the joys of life to the fullest, but there is also a wonderful future ahead. Do you want to become a celestial being? The revelation of not born into a royal family in the next life. Xie Feng. November 25, 2023. Translation edited by Chinyo. Looking through history, countless individuals born into royal families have met tragic fates, with many facing massacres or even complete annihilation. Even those who ascend to the throne, how many of them meet peaceful ends? Fathers and sons vie for power, family members turn against each other, and siblings are torn apart. Once ousted from power, those associated with the emperor are often massacred. If they are imprisoned or exiled instead of being completely slaughtered, it could be seen as a result of past blessings. Not only do those born into royal families suffer, but individuals born in war-torn regions also face hardships. Moreover, being born into a certain family can lead to being implicated, and even result in the massacre of staff and servants. Similarly, joining a particular organization, be it a political party, religious group, or organized crime syndicate, can lead to dire consequences if it falls from grace, with imprisonment being inevitable. In places where power struggles are fierce, standing with the wrong person or joining the wrong side can have dreadful consequences. Throughout history, soldiers from both sides have shed blood in battles, but have we ever considered that these soldiers are beloved children of mothers, cherished husbands of wives, and respected fathers of children? Why do they engage in mutual slaughter? There is a tale of a criminal who complained to the greatest creator when the ship he was on sank, saying, "Why, to punish just me, did you have to drown over 200 people?" A distant voice from the heavens responded, "It wasn't an easy task to gather over 200 people who were destined to perish, was it?" During an earthquake, tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands, may perish in an instant. A flood can separate the living from the dead in a village within moments. An airplane crash can cause hundreds of people to vanish without a trace in an instant. Timing. Luck. Destiny. What do these phenomena teach us? Beneath the glory of power lurk invisible dangers and threats of violence. Beneath the glimmer of wealth hide endless servility and misery. Underneath the extravagance of pleasure lie numerous tears of helplessness and lurking crises. Underneath the allure of beauty lies endless bitterness, endurance, and looming danger. Beneath the radiance of fame hide indescribable impurities and corruption. Beneath the clamor of excitement lie countless disasters, misfortunes, and despair. These give us some insights into how to live our lives. Do not be misled by surface glamour, honor, and wealth. Do not walk towards power, status, wealth, fame, beauty, or excitement. For those who do, inevitable strife and misfortune await. The reverse is the movement of Tao. Walk towards places where crowds are sparse, towards auspiciousness and brightness, towards simplicity and tranquility, towards joy, happiness, freedom, and bliss, towards the path of nature. By doing so, you can minimize disasters and unexpected blows. So, where do you intend to be born in the next life?